society, but it's up to us to Head of the Department of Computer Science, Dr. M. Vishwanath Pai, and thoroughly supported and encouraged by our esteemed principal, Professor Lakshminarayan Karan. This conference will serve as a platform for sharing theoretical insights, practical applications, and impactful innovations in the field of AI. Experts from renowned multinational IT companies Saubhagya and team, seeking the blessings of Lord Almighty for this venture. Thank you for the editing. It's time to watch a short video with advertisement about the Department of Computer Science and the conference.
Stand, Fasal. Stand.
Udupi, an iconic institution in coastal Karnataka. Established in 1949, the visionary philanthropist and Padma Shri awardee Dr. T.M.A. Pai, his college was created with the mission to provide value-based education to the youth of rural areas. MGM College has earned an A+ grade from its fourth cycle, highlighting its role in transforming the region into an education and situated on a sprawling 46-acre, MGM College continues the route of academic excellence and current. Department of Computer since its mission in 1997, the Department of Computer Science has been excellence drawn right from across the country. The department offers programs from Bachelor of Education as BCA of Computer Science, BSc, the Master of Computer Science, MSc series. Over the years, the department has consistently produced skilled software professionals and entrepreneurs equipped to meet the ever-evolving industry and society. The faculty members are well qualified and experienced, ensure the students to receive an education of the highest quality. Situated within the iconic Vajrasam block, inaugurated in 2005, the department boasts of-the-art infrastructure with fully equipped and meticulously maintained facilities. The department offers an environment that academic research and academic pursuits, ongoing development of students. Technical soft skills and attitude development. The department prepares students for the challenges of
with the Amrita of MGM College, Department of Science today organizing a conference on the relevant topic called Artificial Intelligence and Impact. This is the burning topic today. CS department from the several days has taken lot of effort in arranging this conference. Computer science department is the nerve of our college, is the IT of our college. It has produced a number of IT graduates. They are all employed in different the industries and academic sectors of the country. This seminar definitely not only the participants of this seminar, you also. Welcome to all the to this international conference. I'm very happy to tell you that we have registrations from 8 countries, and we have registrations UK, Australia, UAE, Oman, Korea, and Canada. And in India, we have, including our state, Tamil Nadu, Goa, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, Gujarat, Punjab, Himachal Pradesh, and Assam. The today's most important events are artificial intelligence. So, using these things, we have organized this particular international conference. About 40 papers will be presented in this conference in 2 days, and we have students as well as friends from places in this conference. I hope and wish you stay in our campus.
This conference brings together the academicians, research scholars to discuss and showcase advancement in artificial intelligence. We have received around more than 40 papers for presentation, and out of this 40 papers, 20 papers are from students, UMPG students. And delegates can participate in hybrid mode. Hope this conference will ignite the knowledge of the current trends and future of artificial intelligence among our students. Take this opportunity to thank all those delegates for their in our conference.
I am glad that the Department of Science is organizing a 2-day international conference in a concept artificial intelligence from theory to impact. I take this opportunity to congratulate the principal and Department of Computer Science Secretariat for the organizing such a useful conference.
Let us wish this seminar a grand success.
I wish the conference a great success.
The department is dedicated to continue this legacy of excellence, preparing students for a future of limitless possibilities. The Department of Computer Science will be recruiting the next generation of technology leaders, innovators, and thinkers. Please join us as we continue to shape the future of technology and society. ಅನೇಕ ಐತಿಹಾಸಿಕ ಹಂತಗಳನ್ನು ದಾಟಿ ಬರಬೇಕಾಯಿತು. ಇಂದು ಬೃಹತ್ತಾಗಿ ಬೆಳೆದಿರುವ ಈ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಮೊದಲ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಆರಂಭವಾಗಿದ್ದು ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಮುನ್ಸಿಪಲ್ ಮೇನ್ ಶಾಲೆಯ ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಕೊಠಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಮಣಿಪಾಲದ ಮಹಾಶಿಲ್ಪಿ ಪದ್ಮಶ್ರೀ ದಿವಂಗತ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ತೋನ್ಸೆ ಮಾಧವ ಅನಂತ ಪೈ ಅವರು ಉಡುಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಜೂನ್ 27, 1949 ಆರಂಭಿಸಿದ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಮೆಮೋರಿಯಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಎಂಬ ಈ ಜ್ಞಾನ ದೇವಾಲಯಕ್ಕೆ ಇದೀಗ ಅಮೃತ ಮಹೋತ್ಸವದ ಕಾಲ. ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣನ ನಾಡು ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಪುಣ್ಯಭೂಮಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಮೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಎಂಬ ಹಿರಿಮೆಗೆ ಪಾತ್ರವಾಗಿ ಈ ಭಾಗದ ಜನತೆಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಕನಸನ್ನು ನನಸಾಗಿಸಿದ ಈ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ ಇಂದು ಬಹಳತ್ತರಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಳೆದು
established in 1949 by the visionary philanthropist and Padma Shri awardee
MGM
Dr. TMA Pai.
ಒಂದು
This college was
ರೋಚಕವಾದ
created with a
ಯಶೋಗಾಥೆ.
mission to provide
1947
education to the youth
ಕರಾವಳಿ
of
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ
rural areas.
ಜನತೆಗೆ ಉನ್ನತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಎಂಬುದು
MGM College has
ಕುಸುಮವಾಗಿದೆ.
earned an A+
ಹೈಸ್ಕೂಲ್
grade
ವರೆಗಿನ
from
ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ
NAC in
ಉಡುಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ
its
ಅವಕಾಶ
fourth
ಇದ್ದರೂ
cycle.
ಕಾಲೇಜು ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಆ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ದೂರದ ಮಂಗಳೂರಿಗೋ ಮೈಸೂರಿಗೋ ಅಥವಾ ಮದ್ರಾಸಿಗೋ ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಇದನ್ನು ಮನಗಂಡ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪೈ ಅವರು
to Mahatma Gandhi Memorial College
ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ದೇಶದ ನಾನಾ ಭಾಗಗಳಿಂದ MGM ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಓದಬೇಕು ಎಂಬ ಆಸೆಯಿಂದ ಬರುವವರು ಎಷ್ಟೋ ಜನ. ದೇಶದ ಪ್ರತಿಷ್ಠಿತ
established in
ವಿದ್ಯಾಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯಾದ ನಮ್ಮ
1949
ಮಹಾತ್ಮ
by the
ಗಾಂಧಿ
visionary
ಮೆಮೋರಿಯಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು
philanthropist
ಈ
and
ಮಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ
Padma Shri
ಬೆಳೆದಿರಲು
awardee
ಅನೇಕ
Dr. TMA
ಐತಿಹಾಸಿಕ
Pai.
ಹಂತಗಳನ್ನು
This college was created with a mission to provide
ಇಂದು ಬೃಹತ್ತಾಗಿ
value-based
ಬೆಳೆದಿರುವ ಈ
education to the
ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ
youth
ಮೊದಲ
of
ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ
rural
ಆರಂಭವಾಗಿದ್ದು
areas.
ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಮುನ್ಸಿಪಲ್
MGM
ಶಾಲೆಯ
College has
ಚಿಕ್ಕ
earned
ಕೊಠಡಿಯಲ್ಲಿ.
an A+ grade from NAC in its fourth
ಮಣಿಪಾಲದ
cycle,
ಮಹಾಶಿಲ್ಪಿ
highlighting its
ಪದ್ಮಶ್ರೀ
role in
ದಿವಂಗತ
transforming the
ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್
region
ತೋನ್ಸೆ
into
ಮಾಧವ
an
ಅನಂತ ಪೈ
educational
ಅವರು
and cultural hub.
ಉಡುಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಜೂನ್ 27,
Situated on a sprawling
1949
46-acre
ಆರಂಭಿಸಿದ
campus,
ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ
MGM College
ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ
continues to be a
ಮೆಮೋರಿಯಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು
beacon of
ಎಂಬ ಈ
academic
ಜ್ಞಾನ
excellence
ದೇವಾಲಯಕ್ಕೆ
and community
ಇದೀಗ
growth.
ಅಮೃತ ಮಹೋತ್ಸವದ ಕಾಲ. ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣನ ನಾಡು ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಪುಣ್ಯಭೂಮಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಮೊಟ್ಟ ಮೊದಲ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಎಂಬ ಹಿರಿಮೆಗೆ ಪಾತ್ರವಾಗಿ ಈ ಭಾಗದ ಜನತೆಯ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದ ಕನಸನ್ನು ನನಸಾಗಿಸಿದ ಈ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ
Since its inception in
ಬಹಳತ್ತರಕ್ಕೆ ಬೆಳೆದು
1987, the Department of
75ರ
Computer Science
ಹೊಸ್ತಿಲಾಗಿದೆ.
has stood as a beacon of excellence, drawing the brightest minds
MGM
from
ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ
across
ಸ್ಥಾಪನೆ
Karnataka.
ಒಂದು ರೋಚಕವಾದ ಯಶೋಗಾಥೆ.
The department offers a spectrum of
1947
programs
ಪೂರ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ
from the Bachelor
ಕರಾವಳಿ
of Computer
ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಜನತೆಗೆ
Applications
ಉನ್ನತ
BCA
ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ
and
ಎಂಬುದು
Bachelor of
ಗಗನ
Science in
ಕುಸುಮವಾಗಿತ್ತು.
Computer Science,
ಹೈಸ್ಕೂಲ್ ವರೆಗಿನ
BSc,
ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ
CS,
ಉಡುಪಿಯಲ್ಲಿ
the
ಅವಕಾಶ
Master
ಇದ್ದರೂ
of
ಕಾಲೇಜು
Computer Science,
ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕಾಗಿ
MSc,
ಆ
CS.
ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ
ದೂರದ
Over
ಮಂಗಳೂರಿಗೋ
the years,
ಮೈಸೂರಿಗೋ
the department
ಅಥವಾ ಮದ್ರಾಸಿಗೋ
has consistently
ಹೋಗಬೇಕಾಗಿತ್ತು.
produced skilled
ಇದನ್ನು
software
ಮನಗಂಡ
professionals
ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪೈ
and
ಅವರು
successful
ಉಡುಪಿಗೊಂದು
entrepreneurs
ಕಾಲೇಜನ್ನು ನಿರ್ಮಿಸುವಲ್ಲಿ
equipped to meet
ಕಾರ್ಯಪ್ರವೃತ್ತರಾದರು.
the
ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ
ever-evolving
ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ
demands of
ಪೈ ಅವರ
industry and
ಆಸಕ್ತಿಯ
society.
ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರವಾಗಿದ್ದುದರಿಂದ ಈ ಹಿಂದೆ 1942ರಲ್ಲಿ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿ ಆಫ್ ಜನರಲ್ ಎಜುಕೇಶನ್ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು
Faculty members are
ಸ್ಥಾಪಿಸಿದರು.
well
ಈ
qualified
ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ
and
ಮೂಲಕ
experienced,
ಸ್ವದೇಶಿ
ensure
ಸ್ವಾವಲಂಬನೆಯ
the students
ಶಿಕ್ಷಣಕ್ಕೆ
to receive
ಪ್ರೇರಣೆ
an
ನೀಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದರು.
education of the highest quality.
ಮದ್ರಾಸ್ ವಿಶ್ವವಿದ್ಯಾನಿಲಯ ಉಡುಪಿಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ಮೀಡಿಯೇಟ್ ಕಾಲೇಜನ್ನು ಮಂಜೂರು ಮಾಡಿತು.
Situated within
ಕಾಲೇಜಿಗೆ
the
ಸ್ವಂತ
iconic
ಕಟ್ಟಡ
Vajrasauda
ಇಲ್ಲದಿದ್ದುದರಿಂದ
block,
ಆರಂಭದಲ್ಲಿ
inaugurated
ಉಡುಪಿ
in
ನಗರಸಭೆಯ
2012,
ಪ್ರಾಥಮಿಕ ಶಾಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ
the department
ಸಮೀಪದ ಕ್ಲಬ್
was
ಕಟ್ಟಡ ಸೇರಿಕೊಂಡು
state-of-the-art
ಮಹಾತ್ಮ ಗಾಂಧಿ
infrastructure
ಮೆಮೋರಿಯಲ್ ಕಾಲೇಜು ಜೂನ್
with fully
27,
equipped
1949ರಲ್ಲಿ
facilities.
ಆರಂಭಗೊಂಡಿತು.
The department offered an environment that nurtures
ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ
academic,
ಸ್ಥಾಪಕ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರಾಗಿ
research and
ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್
extracurricular
ಸುಂದರರಾಯರು
pursuits,
ನೇಮಕಗೊಂಡರು.
fostering the
ಆರಂಭದ
all-round
ವರ್ಷ
development of
79
students.
ಹುಡುಗರು, 10 ಹುಡುಗಿಯರು, 10 ಪ್ರಾಧ್ಯಾಪಕರು,
Technical training,
7 ಮಂದಿ
soft
ಸಿಬ್ಬಂದಿಯೊಂದಿಗೆ
skills
ಕಾಲೇಜು
and
ಅಸ್ತಿತ್ವಕ್ಕೆ
aptitude
ಬಂತು.
development.
ಆರಂಭದಿಂದಲೇ
department
ಸಹ
prepared
ಶಿಕ್ಷಣವನ್ನು
students for the
ಒದಗಿಸುವ
challenges
ಮೂಲಕ
of professional
ಹೆಣ್ಣು
world.
ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೂ ಉನ್ನತ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಮಾನವಾದ ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು
connection
ನೀಡಲು
with the
ಪಣತೊಟ್ಟ
Amrita
ಮೊದಲ
Mahotsav
ಸಂಸ್ಥೆ
program of
ನಮ್ಮ
MGM
MGM.
College.
ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿಯರು
Department
ಕೂಡ
of Computer
ಊರಲ್ಲಿಯೇ
Science
ಕಾಲೇಜು
today
ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ
is
ಪಡೆಯುತ್ತಾರೆ.
organizing international
ಮೊದಲ
conference
ಬ್ಯಾಚ್ನಲ್ಲಿಯೇ
on
ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿನಿ ಟಿ
the
ನಿರ್ಮಲಾ
relevant
ಪೈ
topic called Artificial Intelligence Theory and Impact. This is the burning topic today. CS department from the last several days has taken lot of effort in arranging this conference. Computer Science department is the nerve of our college, is the IT of our college. It has produced a number of IT graduates. They are all employed in different the industries and other academic sectors of the country. This seminar definitely helps not only the participants of this seminar, even outsiders also.
Hello all. Welcome to all the delegates to this international conference. I am very happy to tell you that we have registrations from 8 countries and 10 states. We have registrations from US, UK, Australia, Singapore, UAE, Oman, Cambodia and Canada. And in India we have, including our state, Tamil Nadu, Goa, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, Gujarat, Punjab, Himachal Pradesh and Assam. The today's most important event or topics are artificial intelligence and machine learning. So using these two topics, we have organized this particular international conference. About 40 papers will be presented in this conference in 2 days, and we have students as well as faculties from various places in this participating in this conference. I hope and wish them a pleasant stay in our campus.
This conference aims to bring together the academicians, practitioners, research scholars to discuss and showcase the cutting-edge advancements in artificial intelligence. We have received around more than 40 papers for presentation, and out of this 40 papers, 20 papers are from students, UG and PG students. And the delegates can participate in hybrid mode. Hope this conference will ignite the knowledge of the current trends and the future of artificial intelligence among our students. Take this opportunity to thank all those delegates and paper presenters for their contribution in our conference.
I am glad that the Department of Computer Science is organizing a 2-day international conference in the concept Artificial Intelligence from Theory to Impact. I take this opportunity to congratulate the Principal and Department of Computer Science faculty for the organizing such a useful conference.
Let us wish this seminar a grand success.
I wish the conference a great success.
The department is dedicated to continuing this legacy of excellence, preparing the students for a future of limitless possibilities. The Department of Computer Science remains committed to nurturing the next generation of technology leaders, innovators, and thinkers. We request to join us as we continue to shape the future of technology and society. Welcome to Mahatma Gandhi Memorial College, Udupi, an iconic institution in coastal Karnataka. Established in 1949 by the visionary philanthropist and Padma Shri awardee Dr. T.M.A. Pai, this college was created with a mission to provide value-based education to the youth of rural areas. MGM College has earned an A+ grade from NAC in its 4th cycle, highlighting its role in transforming the region into an educational and cultural hub. Situated on a sprawling 46-acre campus,
exposure to these students. It's a matter of pride and privilege that our Department of Computer Science has emerged as a pioneering department and a trendsetter in imparting quality education to the best satisfaction of the stakeholders. Now, on the occasion of the Amrita Mahotsava of the college, I am glad to say that department is organizing a 2-day international seminar on a very relevant and inclusive topic, artificial intelligence from theory to impact in a befitting manner. This part of the 21st century has been a tremendous advancement in the field of science and technology. AI has catalyzed and accelerated the advancement and development beyond measure. Now, knowingly or unknowingly, we all are benefited from artificial intelligence. The user-friendly AI has entered almost all fields and has made our life better and faster than before. This advancement is awe-inspiring to us. We are experiencing it in our everyday life and also in the education sector. We have to explore AI more and more to make it a friend of humanity. We also need to equip ourselves to make the best ethical use of AI without compromising the basic inherent natural human abilities. The AI should be seen a potent tool that enhance, amplify our ability and creativity. So the choice of how to deploy artificial intelligence has to be made wisely. In such a scenario, it is noteworthy to our Department of CS is deeply examining and deliberately to the theory and impact of artificial intelligence through this seminar. In many ways, this is a seminar of interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary importance as it dares to think beyond theory without forgetting the theory. This seminar provides an essential platform for scientists, industry, academia, researcher, student interface for the advancement of knowledge and skills. The seminar will also help to think about the use of AI in meeting the sustainable development goals and in betterment of quality of the life. Once again, I heartily welcome all the guests, scholars, resource persons, delegates, paper presenters, panelists, teachers and students. I am thankful to our benevolent management for generously supporting this seminar. I once again congratulate organizing Computer Science Department, Dr. Vishwanath Pai and all other faculty members, and I wish all the very best to this seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the apt observation. Now, as a token of our appreciation and remembrance of your valuable presence today, we would like to present mementos to our esteemed guests. These mementos symbolize our gratitude and lasting impact of your contribution to the conference. May I kindly request the President of the function, Professor Lakshminarayan Karan, to the mementos. To Dr. Giridhar Kini, Mr. Jairam, Dr. Manjaya, CABP Varadraj Pai, and to Sri Ranga Pai. Thank you, sir. Thanksgiving is an expression of our indebtedness to those who have made the event memorable one. To propose the vote of thanks, we have with us Ms. Pavitra, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science and co-convener of the conference. Over to Ms. Pavitra.
Dignitaries on the days of the days, my colleagues and dear students, good morning to all. As the inaugural session of this conference is coming to a close, it is my privilege and pleasure to express my gratitude to all on behalf of our college. First and foremost, I thank Sri T. Satishu Pai, President, MGM College Trust, for blessing us through the video message. I express my heartfelt gratitude to all the members of the management of our college for being the pillars of support in all our endeavors. I extend sincere thanks to our esteemed inaugurator, Dr. Giridhar Kini, Registrar Mahe Manipal, for gracing this occasion with his presence and sharing his valuable insights with us. Thank you, sir. A special thanks to today's keynote speaker, Mr. Jairam BK, for taking the time out of his busy schedule to grace this occasion. Your insights and expertise will undoubtedly broaden our understanding of artificial intelligence. Thank you, sir. We are thankful to our guest of honor, Dr. Manjaya D.H. Senior Professor and Chairman, Department of Computer Science, Mangalore University, for your presence and thought-provoking words. Thank you, sir. My sincere thanks to CA VP Varadaraj Pai, Secretary AG Manipal, for your unwavering support and encouragement in all our endeavors. Your presence here today is a testament to your dedication to advancing education and knowledge. Thank you, sir. We are also immensely grateful to our beloved principal, Professor Lakshmi Narayana Karanta, for his guidance and leadership. Thank you, sir. I would like to thank Dr. Devidas Naik, Principal, MGM Evening College, who is always ready to extend his support and guidance. Thank you, sir. We are thankful to Professor Malati Devi, Principal, MGM PU College, for taking time out of your busy schedule to join us. Thank you, ma'am. We sincerely thank Sri T. Rangapai, Director, T. Mohandas Pai Skill Development Institute, for his gracious presence. Thank you, sir. My sincere thanks to Professor Arun Kumar B., our Student Welfare Officer and the Head of Chemistry Department, for his support. Thank you, sir. I express sincere thanks to Professor Shailaja, IQAC Coordinator and the Head of Physics Department, for her determined assistance. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank Professor Jyoti Alfonso, Department of Chemistry, the coordinator of this conference, for her support. Thank you. My heartfelt thanks to Dr. M. Vishwanath Pai, Head of the Department of Computer Science and the convener of this conference, for your tireless efforts in organizing this conference. This conference would not have been possible without your vision and dedication. Thank you, sir. For your support in sharing the conference's discussions and insights to a wider audience. I sincerely thank all the invitees and guests for joining us today. I would like to extend my thanks to all the paper presenters and delegates who have contributed to the success of this conference. Your papers, presentations and discussions will be adding immense value to the discourse of artificial intelligence. A special mention to the Department of Journalism of our college for their excellent coverage of this event and video documentation. I thank the students who performed the beautiful invocation dance, setting a graceful and inspiring tone for the event. I extend heartfelt thanks to my colleagues from both teaching and non-teaching from all the 3 colleges for your support in making this event a success. A big thank you to the organizing committee and student volunteers who work behind the scenes to ensure the smooth running of this event. Your hard work and commitment are deeply appreciated. Thank you. I would like to thank Professor Rekha and Chandra, our Master of Ceremonies, as well as Ms. Sushma Bangira, Mr. Dheeraj, Ms. Reshma and Ms. Surabhi for their varied roles in this inaugural session. Once again, I thank you all. Have a great day ahead.
Special thanks to Pavitra, Professor Pavitra, for the hard work she has put in for this conference. Let me thank all of you who are here today and made this function a grand success. After the successful completion of the inaugural session, we will now move on to the keynote address by Mr. Jairam. Over to Professor Jayanti R. Prabhu, Assistant Professor, Department of Computer Science.
for Chinese.
Dr. M. Vishwanath Pai to escort Mr. Jairam to the dais.
ಬ್ಯಾಗಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ಬೇಗ ಹಾಕೊಂಬ ಅವ್ರು ತೆಗಿಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ತೆಗಿ
Thank you, sir. Let me now call upon Ms. Varshini Kotyan to introduce our distinguished speaker to this august gathering.
Good morning, everyone. It's my honor to introduce our distinguished keynote speaker of today's conference, a leader whose accomplishment and expertise have significantly impacted the global technology landscape, Mr. Jairam BK. Mr. Jairam BK brings 30 years of global experience in product strategy, engineering and lifecycle management with specialization in the telecom and networking industries, covering both enterprise and service of business and technology trends and operational considerations, having delivered multiple next-generation solutions and managed global portfolios. Mr. Jairam's career began as a member of technical staff in the network architecture group at US West Advanced Technologies. He has rendered his services to prominent companies like Next Level Communications, Mahi Networks, Motorola and Cisco in pivotal positions. In his last role, Mr. Jairam BK led product management function in Ericsson Global AI Accelerator in India. He was responsible for building AI/ML solution for the different business groups and marketing units of Ericsson. His work covered all parts of mobile operator lifecycle, decision, rollout, optimization and service assurance. These engagements provided him valuable insights on optimally leveraging AI/ML technologies. Additionally, he holds several patents to his name. Sir's educational background is as impressive as his career. He holds a Bachelor of Engineering in Electronics and Communication from the University of Mysore. He furthered his education with a Master of Science in Electrical Communication Engineering from the prestigious Indian Institute of Science and Master of Science in Electrical and Computer Engineering from the University of Massachusetts Amherst. Additionally, he completed a postgraduate certificate in business management from XLRI Jamshedpur, equipping him with a well-rounded understanding of both business and technology. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my distinct pleasure to introduce to you Mr. Jairam BK, a visionary leader, a true pioneer in the technology industry, and a proud alumnus of MGM College Udupi. His journey from our very own institution to becoming a global force in technology is nothing short of inspiring. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, Varshini. Now I request Mr. Vishwanath Pai, Dr. Vishwanath Pai to offer a floral welcome to Mr. Jairam. Thank you, sir. Mr. Jairam will be addressing us on the evolution of AI in applications, offering perspectives that are sure to challenge and inspire us all. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to our esteemed speaker. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. Stop. Thank you. Again, it's a pleasure to be here, and thanks for that very generous introduction and compliment. So the topic that I have picked starts with history of this technology. You can move to the next slide. I hope you can see the man on the left side. One has to go back to one's academic roots, and mine is in communication networking, and that is Claude Shannon, for those that may know. He is considered the father of information theory, invented the very foundations of what became digital communication and information theory. And the focus here is not on the groundbreaking work that he did in the late 40s in communication, what is information and channel capacity, etc. It is about a small toy that he had developed. And you can see that this is from the 1950s. where he had a mouse called PCS, and it had a maze that you can see on the right side. And this mouse was actually able to understand through trial and error what structure of that path was, and it could find its way to a destination. And this metal plate was, you can rearrange it, and the mouse itself, it had a very simple device, sensors, and it had set of wheels, and it could go and find its target, the designated location on that maze, and it employed something called trial and error learning. Now, we will talk about that in the later part of our presentation. In those days, this area was definitely not called as artificial intelligence or anything, and for this was in fact a toy that we developed just to demonstrate what is feasible with technology. And this work that we did here, it was foundational, and in the advancements of both robotics, that's self-controlled devices, and AI, which is learning. And I hope that it sort of helps you understand how some of these technologies got started. They started as, curiosities amongst intelligent people. We go to the next slide now, and I will show you a next phase, a stage in this. This is from 8 years ago in this game called AlphaGo, which is a very famous Asian game, highly strategic in nature, incredibly complex. To solve by rule-based learning. What happened was that a program developed by Keynote beat this B0, and this was groundbreaking for the following reason, that people did not expect artificial intelligence to become so good in playing such a strategic game when the space of possibilities explodes to infinitely large sizes. So the power here is of deep learning and reinforcement learning in trial and error. And what this program was able to do is to really leverage extraordinarily large amounts of data and improve decision-making power by having more and more games that it played on itself, against itself. And this is another landmark evolution of artificial intelligence. And there are a couple of things that are included here, including, in the next slide, I think there are a set of things that you can go through them. The reason that I am starting with these, you may have seen that the first one was actually a toy developed by Cloud Channel, and the next one here was also a game. So it is not accidental that these innovations start off by people creating something that is cool and creative, that is fun. But that is not the way things stay, and they evolve over time. They find practical applications, and the rest of the presentation will flow in telling you about the historical development of artificial intelligence related technologies. It is not like it was a linear journey, and it's not even like the demarcations that I show here are the only ones that people agree and say, this is exactly the boundary. It's not colored in a bright line where you can say this is the end of that and it's the beginning of that. There are overlapping durations. But it sort of gives you a feel for how the technology developed over time. And towards the end, I think we did hear from a couple of presenters and speakers in the inaugural session about the care one needs to practice in using artificial intelligence and machine learning. I will talk about that. I think that is very important to focus on that. So with that, we start the main part of the presentation. So we will review the journey of AI from theoretical foundations to tangible and transformative impacts. And we also outline, how it has manifested in real life applications and what are the challenges in what we may call as industrialization of AI. Industrialization is taking something from an academic curiosity to something that has real life applications that can work and produce reliable results in real life applications. Okay, thank you. I hope you didn't lose out on the first 5 minutes or so of what I was explaining. So let's continue though. So in this now, the very early AI, when technology itself sometimes was not even called by that name. And you will see the timelines in the next couple of slides. Go to the next one. So, the theoretical underpinnings, one needs to always start with this. There are 3 areas that I have noted here. The representation of knowledge itself. How do you encode human knowledge and the power of human reasoning, the objects, and as well as the concepts into a symbolic language. Once you convert that to a symbolic language, the symbolic AI area, it can in fact use reasoning engines which leverage algorithms to process those symbols, and then they are able to develop rules and axioms to make inferences and deductions. So that is the second area. A third one, what is called as expert systems, it is given domain-specific knowledge, let us say healthcare, or it can be telecommunication or something else, and with that expert knowledge, what it can do is produce good answers to domain-specific questions. So we will see some examples of these 3 in the next slide. So the very first one, again, please look at the timelines that I am talking about. This is the 1960s now, 10 years later than what you saw. The first demo was 1950s. ELIZA, this is from Massachusetts Institute of Technology. It is a chatbot that mimics what a psychotherapist can do. You can, in fact, through that interface, you can go and answer questions that it asks, and it plays the role of a psychotherapist. The second one is again related to an expert system in the area of detecting bacterial infections. This is from the Stanford University called Mycin, another area of AI. The third one, this is from a private company, SRI International, 1966 is the timeline. And the very first robot, self-moving device, it is able to in fact move around and reason about its own actions. So these again were very, very early days, primarily academic in nature, and the purpose of doing some of this definitely extended the boundaries of what theory was to some very basic practical applications, and these were not in any way used in a wide fashion. So this is the very first stage, again very illustrative examples. You can go through the web and you can find other examples of this type from the same time frame. This is like approximately 60 years ago. So go to the next one. So what I am going to talk here now, this is the age of what became known as machine learning. In fact, I have not demarcated between classical machine learning and neural network-based models, but I am combining the two in this one. Go to the next one. Let us talk about, I think you would probably know these terms by now, supervised learning, unsupervised learning, and reinforcement learning. There are different paradigms in supervised learning. What you provide are data points, because all the AI algorithms that we are going to talk about, it is a paradigm shift from classical programming where you have a set of inputs and you have the logic, and that decides the output. Rather than in AI, what you are doing is you know the input and you know the output in many cases. In the middle case, that is why that is not the case. And then you try to let the machine learn how to go from the input to the output. So in supervised learning, you are giving it so-called labeled data. Say, let us say this is a known case of, let us say, cancer, or you can say this person is going to buy this product. You have seen that. So, and this you also have the other examples. So I am giving you examples of classification program, but you can also have regression kinds of issues where you are trying to model a curve and the future, say, forecast of a particular product or whatever. So that is the one. So it predicts outcomes using labeled data which trains algorithms. The middle one, unsupervised learning, and I put that, why is unknown for, I think, people that understand the theory, y is actually the target variable. And when we say y is unknown in unsupervised learning, you don't know what it is really telling you. And it is a very powerful technique by itself. You may, for example, have vast amounts of data and you don't know what it is telling you at all. Say, let us say it could be that you have a set of riders of metro and you capture certain characteristics. Let us say their age, where they are going from, where they are going to, the time of day of their travel, etc. And you try to make sense out of that data. And so supplied unlabeled data, and what it does, it tries to detect patterns for you. And we'll see some examples of unsupervised learning later on. It is another powerful technique. Reinforcement learning is a trial and error approach. The original slide that I showed of cloud channels, that is now under the bucket of this reinforced learning, where the machine in fact learns by making attempts, and when it gets to the desired target or the goal, it is given a positive reinforcement. And when it is distracted from the target, what happens is that it gives a negative reinforcement, and that allows the system to learn. And these are the techniques that I'm fundamentally talking about here. Again, some of these solutions may use classical ML approaches, which is rule-based, or regression classification kinds of approaches, some where you are actually doing feature engineering for those that understand the implementation aspect. Some other cases, in the case of neural networks, the feature engineering is not done by humans, but it's done by machines. Let us look at some examples of these. These are from more recent times. Go to the next slide. So, machine learning, the left one is talking about spam filters. You need to adapt. You get these email spams. How do you adapt them to detect new spams? And that is spam filters. And sometimes you will in fact send an email off to in your emails also you can say this is spam. It gets to learn from that because that is labeled data for it. The second one is recommendation system from companies like Amazon, Netflix and such. If you have seen this, you will also like this more, or you will see recommendations for different products coming from it. So that is another example of this. A third one is handwriting recognitions, where we can use these approaches to in fact enhance the user interfaces of different products, including your phones or your applications, etc. Go to the next one. So now, again, these are not brightly demarcated lines, but I think we must talk about deep learning, which was in fact a very significant improvement over what was done earlier. And the root of that, in fact, is the deployment of graphical processing devices, vector processors, to munch on vast amounts of data. In fact, when I was in graduate school, I remember that my roommate, he was in machine learning department, and what he was trying to do was not what later became known as federated machine learning. He was doing that like 30 years ago. And he, in fact, struggled to get the kinds of results because our computing resources were so deficient in those days. Now, the advent of graphical processors changed the game. And you go to the next slide. And what you will find here, it is interesting that I highlighted those parts in yellow for a particular reason. The models themselves, these neural network models, are inspired by how human brains work. The part here is not that those models did not exist before, they always existed. But it could never produce the kinds of results that you could rely on in any way, shape or form. I still remember, a machine learning algorithm, in those days I am now talking about, that was asked to figure out the distance of a building from the perspective vision. Something that was half a mile away, it could not see the bottom of it, and it was saying that it was 10 miles away. So it used to make very fundamental errors in those days. And you would never consider that seriously for any work. But the advent of this computing infrastructure and its ability to process huge amounts of data And you can go through this, for example, how a company like Google used the speeches that were made in the United Nations and that are automatically translated to like 20 to 30 different languages that the audience members are interested in, and they used such humongous amounts of data to train the models. And this thing really repeatedly will see whether it is the application in image recognition, whether it is the application in natural language processing, written text, or whether it is in speech recognition. What I am highlighting there is how we are able to improve the accuracy. It is not that the models themselves did not exist. A lot of time was spent in making sure that it achieved the same level of accuracy as reasonably intelligent humans, or in many cases now you will find that they far surpass what humans can do. And that, I think, has been the game changer with deep learning, and it is very recent, in the late 10 plus years. Go to the next slide. And applications are just too many. I think you yourself have seen some of them and probably using them. Image recognition is widely used in medical diagnosis, autonomous vehicles, in security systems and such applications. You look at language translation, I think a lot of us nowadays go and use tools like Google Translate, Microsoft Translator and such. It breaks down communication barriers and it is able to do that very, very effectively, to understand the context of what is being said, and it is surprisingly good in giving you very effective translation. The last one is, virtual assistants. Many of you would have also used applications like Siri, Google Assistant or Alexa, and they help you in improving productivity and also enables convenience. Go to the next one. So I guess so that is sort of the journey that we have seen so far. Now looking ahead, what do we really see now are opportunities for using AI today in transforming a wide set of industries altogether. And we will see some examples in the next one. So in healthcare, for example, this is not an all-encompassing list. I picked a few industries that are of high importance and interest to us, like healthcare. It is being used in drug discovery, including during COVID, how AI was useful in going through the diagnostics process and efficacy of the different treatments, personalization of medicine, medical imaging analysis. You would have seen this. There is a company in Bangalore which is doing, for example, temperature-based say breast cancer detection and such. Very innovative solutions based on non-disruptive and non-intrusive methodologies. Finance, you have examples like fraud detection, algorithmic trading, or customer service chatbots. You would have probably seen, many would have seen, nowadays you are not able to reach out to a customer directly in any of these banks at all. Even if whether you try to call them or whether you go to their website, it looks like they want you to put you through a chatbot and then take you there. So those are use cases. Transportation, you would have seen, autonomous vehicles, definitely in the US they are becoming more and more prevalent. But that's not the only use case. Optimization of traffic flow, for example, container shipment and such, where the costs are extremely high. How do you use AI-based approaches for those? And in manufacturing, this is the Industry 4.0 initiative, where you have smart factories, predictive maintenance, particularly for very high value assets. For example, you may have windmills where there are $100,000 worth of part, and you are having a tough time getting up there and trying to repair that. That's a very useful use case, and quality control enhancements. So these are typical examples how it changes the different industries. When we go to the next slide. So I gave you examples of what it is doing today, but if you really take a step back and look at it, it has today economic impacts, very positive ones and negative ones. We will talk about that. So job displacement, for example, a variety of jobs are getting automated now through tools, and you do not need humans doing such work anymore. So that is a challenge for people that actually were doing such work and now they need to retrain. It is definitely giving rise to new industries, no doubt. I mean, some of the delivery services that you have seen like Swiggy or Uber and such, or the others that we have talked about, like algorithmic-based trading and new industries, new ways of banking and such are coming through. And definitely there is a productivity improvement associated with AI because the mundane work can now be given to the machine to do, and it helps you put that together. Now, we will talk about the social impacts of AI. I think a couple of, as I mentioned before, speakers in the inaugural session, they talked about it, and it is extremely important to understand the ethical considerations and what does AI mean to bias and fairness, the concerns about privacy that one may have, and potential for misuse definitely exists. And the future of work itself, you can say that with the advent of this in the next 20 to 30 years, work may look entirely different, including some of the routine software development work now. You can ask the computer, the machine learning system to in fact write the code for you by just giving it, hey, this is what I want to do and create code, and it generates the code for you, and that is possible now. So these are all things that we need to be aware of. Having given you this now, I think I will be remiss if I don't talk about this critical aspect. The picture there, I think, is talking about a combination of human and machine. I think the human in the loop model, I think, is what I want to really focus on. And both in the development and the deployment of AI, how must you be responsible and why you need to be responsible? And let's start with looking at some examples. So you would see, AI, its ability to cause harm, and sometimes its deployment has proven to be disastrous. So we cannot forget the cases of, for example, car accidents that have happened. You can see many, many examples of this. Whether it is Tesla, whether it is Uber, and for example, the self-driving car did not, it saw the pedestrians but didn't brake. Or in the case of Tesla, there was a bad case in Texas, in I think Florida or Texas, where it essentially hit a truck and killed the driver. So those are sort of extreme examples, but they are not the only ones. Deep fake and misinformation spreading, whether it is done because of political purposes, whether it is done for any malicious purposes, this has become very common now. What you are able to now do is create stories, images and such, where it is extremely difficult to figure out whether what you are seeing is real or it is not real. AI-powered cyber attacks. So with our core dependence on IT infrastructure nowadays, disruptions are extremely costly. And you would have probably seen, this was not an AI-driven malicious attack, but the CrowdStrike issue with Microsoft, what kind of disruption it caused by taking out a number of Windows-based machines. But there have been cases of AI-powered cyber attacks, very intelligent agents causing attacks and causing harm. And this is in fact, like for example, locking up enterprises, private data, and asking for ransom, etc. Flash crashes in financial markets. This is driven by algorithmic-based trading, and they tend to follow the herd mindset, and the same stock goes up, goes down. That is another one. Then algorithmic bias in criminal justice. The systems that you use for machine learning, the problem with them is that if you supply it the wrong data, it in fact picks up on all the human biases. And these have been well documented in fact. It may have bias based on race, it may have bias based on gender, it may have bias based on country of origin, marital status. So if the data that you fed it, the people that used that data to make decisions had those biases, you may find that the outcome itself reflects the same. And so it is going to be a very bad result, particularly in cases like criminal justice, and unintended consequences of recommendation systems. So this is, for example, causing so-called echo chambers. So let us say that you are interested in one kind of political leanings, and the algorithm is feeding you information only that is aligned with that. or say you have the other leaning, it gives you information only on the other side. So what happens is that people become fragmented and their beliefs are more and more reinforced because whether you are using Instagram, Facebook, whatever, you are looking at content supplied to you based on what you have previously seen, and you think that the whole world is looking that way now. You are not realizing that there are people with other perspectives and views, and that itself is a contributing cause for a lot of fragmentation and chaos that we see. Go to the next one. So, I guess one needs to think in terms of what are the imperatives, given that the powerful nature of the technology is a given, but it also has, it's like a knife. You can use it for good purposes or you can use it for bad purposes. So one needs to really understand the credibility of the sources, particularly. Is the source that you are using, is it a reliable source? Can you count on what you are seeing there? Is it backed by academic research? Is it backed by official resources? And that's one. And try to develop multiple perspectives. Look at the contradicting data and points of view. And try to understand why those exist. And try to modulate your own thinking if you are dependent on AI. The data of information, if it is outdated, then probably a more recent data point may show you something more relevant, applicable, and dependable. Lastly, I guess, just because machines are doing a lot of work, we cannot, as humans, forget our natural intelligence. So critical thinking, analyzing what AI is telling you critically, I think is extremely important. And understand the potential biases, and that I think is more and more important with the models that I talked about, the deep neural network based models, because many times the explainability of those models itself is in question. You will not be able to understand why it is actually giving you an answer. I mean, I can give you a very specific, well-known example. This is in the medical field. They had actually supplied it with the chest X-rays of some folks, asked it to discover a chest disease. And it was doing really, really well. And this is a neural network based model, so they don't know why it is actually giving the answers. Quite interestingly, after they found out that in fact every case of disease had been marked with an X at the corner. And all that the system was doing was, it was not looking at any other part of the image, it was just looking for that X. If it is there, it thinks it has a disease. If it is so, if you show it an image, that is all it had picked up. And with neural networks, that explainability is extremely important, and sometimes we don't know what it has learned. So that is important. With that, I think we need to understand a foundation here. Can you work through all the animations? So this, I think, I have found this to be a very good framework that one needs to look at one more time. So this is the European Commission, its guideline for trustworthy AI. And I want to probably spend a couple of minutes on this. I think each square there highlights something super important as we consider the deployment of AI. Human agency and oversight. Making sure that we don't let the algorithms do whatever they want on their own, but make sure that there is a human in the loop, at least until you are sure that you are getting the desired result. Technical robustness and safety. What you find is that algorithms sometimes have so much dependence on data that small changes in the data, in fact, can change its behavior completely. And so this generalizability of models, I think, is extremely important. Privacy and data governance. Since AI is dependent on data, this is an important area. Are you handling the data that you got with enough respect for privacy and data protection? Are there data governance mechanisms in place to make sure that data is not being misused against an individual or against a group? Transparency. I think here, when you are, let us say, giving some data, the commitment that you are using that data only for reasons that it is intended for, and you are not going to take that data and use it for something else. Do you have that transparent understanding with the people that provided the data? I think that is the perspective. Diversity, non-discrimination and fairness. As I was mentioning before, AI can in fact reflect human biases if it is not handled properly. So how do you make sure that data that you are supplying is removed of the biases, or you give it alternative examples to understand whether it has those biases and try to alleviate those. Societal and environmental well-being is another consideration, particularly given how much power is AI consuming now, and how do you make sure that sustainability considerations are kept in mind, and accountability. This is, it is sometimes very easy to say that the machine did it, but there was a person that created the machine, and how do you enforce that accountability? And so as we go for more and more automation, I think this becomes even more critical. And you would have probably seen that it was not an AI algorithm that did it, but the Boeing 737 MAX case of causing accidents. That's an extreme case, but automation needs to be handled with very good care. So go to the next slide. So in conclusion, I want to just note that the impacts of AI on our society are already broad, and it is increasing across the industries. Secondly, I think as that is taking place, it's super important that we make sure to practice AI responsibly so it benefits all of humanity and doesn't lead to more inequality or injustice. And I just want to note, the presentation itself, you probably saw a number of pictures there. Other than the very first historical photos, etc. that I showed, everything else actually was generated using Gemini. So I mean, the one here, I asked it to generate an image of Gemini itself. So that is what it came up with. I am not going to defend what its perspective is, but that is interesting, and this is very new, by the way. You could not do this even probably 2 years ago. Now you can give it fairly intuitive and interesting challenges, and it creates these images for you. And in fact, that helped my job from a productivity perspective in preparing for this presentation. So that is the end of my presentation. I hope you found this useful. And Vishwanath, I don't know whether we will have any time for questions. Yeah, go ahead. Yes. Yeah, I guess we do have some time for questions. That's what Vishwanath is saying.
Any questions, please?
I will ask one question. You said this image was generated using Gemini, right? What was the input given? That's what did you ask to generate this image?
I asked the system to generate an image of it creating images itself.
Creating images itself. Okay,
yeah.
Good.
So I think that's what it's trying to do. I think it's thinking that it's creating that image. Obviously, it's totally synthetic. So.
Your name and sir?
I'm Vignesh Kamath from Manipal Technologies. I was here to listen to you. Very insightful, thank you. I have a very specific question that the AI uses a lot of computing infrastructure. And the second part of my question is what happens to intellectual property, because a lot of data needs to be put in, which also the intellectual property has to be put into the machine learning, and will the intellectual property of one remain one in the future, is what my question is.
Yeah, I think you are asking about the computing power that is required.
First one is computing power, the amount of computing power that it is consuming, one thing. In the future, what's going to happen in that space. And second part is your intellectual property that will end up being the...
Yeah, the challenges of power efficiency and the increasing amounts of power that AI is requiring is a concern. A lot of the hyperscalers, if you follow them now, I think they are trying to deploy more and more efficient architectures. Sometimes it is hardware, but a lot of time it is superior parallelization and improvements in algorithms. And that is a continuous pursuit, no doubt, because in the so-called LLMs, large language models, or so generalized AI, generative AI you would have seen now, and that is a concern, and that is being addressed through advancements in algorithms on the software side as well as the computing architecture itself on the hardware side. And it remains a challenge, no doubt, going forward. The rules of computing that we saw before, where it used to double every 18 months or every 2 years, that I think in the parallel computing architectures that are used, not clear that they are achievable. So far they have been. If you look at the advancements in the generative AI in the last couple of years, I think it has been spectacular. Now that I think remains a challenge, but a lot of these companies are also looking to see how they can get most of their energy, not all of their energy, through green energy. So that's one other thing they are trying to do, but it does, sustainability is a concern for these systems. The second question that you asked was about privacy and the ownership of data, I guess, is what you are asking about. And, that again is another area of focus. The largest of companies, I think they care about their reputation well enough that they probably will allow you to control the data they have about you and allow you to exercise some level of control. But there have been multiple cases where there have been unscrupulous players who collected the data under one and then diverted it to another. And these require, in fact, strong data protection rules. European countries, particularly, you would have seen them take the lead in a lot of these cases. GDPR, for example, the data right protection and such. I think, like other countries are trying to follow suit. These both remain, among the other things that I listed, critical considerations for AI, as it is more and more widely adopted. And I guess on the privacy side, it also is important for people to understand what they are sharing. People of my generation, I think we tend to be more careful in sharing data, but I have seen that the next generation is much more willing. It thinks that the conveniences outweigh the, but I guess maybe I'm too old. Sometimes I think that way too. Any other questions? I hope I answered your question.
Yes, very, very.
Sir, my name is Vinir. I wanted to ask a question. Would AI be able to gain control over human beings in future? And
I hope not.
Another question, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
What are the risks that would arise over human beings because of AI in future?
See, I do not personally foresee such a situation that AI movies have been made on those topics for sure. Responsible AI, I think, that's why I showed a picture. If you go back, I guess a few more slides with the person there. I guess the purpose of showing this was the criticality of human in the loop in all of these endeavors. Will you have machines that take control of the world? I do not think so. Now, but time will tell, I guess. So far I am not concerned about that aspect just yet. I think there are other more basic concerns about how the technology is being used today. Is it being used in a beneficial way for everybody, or is it causing more imbalances and more inequality? I think that's the concern. And yeah, that's how I feel. I can see maybe an example could help. I was listening to a researcher. He was making the following point. It seems they were tracking some insects in Africa which were wreaking havoc on the eastern plains of Africa. And the United Nations, it seems, had a model based on physics, based on how air flows and particles of air and dust are flowing, and it was predicting where the future infestation is going to be. And this individual, he created something interesting. What he did was, he in fact on say tens of thousands of farmers who had small simple phones, he asked them to take pictures. Either they see the insect that is devouring on his crop, or he is not seeing that. Based on that, he created other models. The point that this, which in fact, if you look at it from a historical perspective after the post-fact, you found that the AI algorithm was performing much better in predicting 3 days later where the insects are going to be, because they had a finite amount of insecticide that they could deploy. So he was explaining that it would have been much better for them to use the AI algorithm's prediction in conserving the pesticide, the insecticide, and deploying where. But it seems he was not able to convince the folks that were running the program that AI was dependable. So this, I guess, I talked about explainability. So this, I guess, I don't see algorithms being deployed until people are convinced that it is doing the intended thing. Sometimes, we may miss out on a few of the opportunities like this, but I think that is where we currently are. That's what I see.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Raghavendra. This is regarding using AI in academics for both students and as well as faculty. We use even articles in research. Students are for assignment. So any specific tools or your insight on ethical parts?
That's a tough one. I guess you are asking if you ask Gemini or ChatGPT to write a paper for you. I guess I can tell you, I guess the systems are powerful enough that when I had to prepare for this presentation, I asked Gemini, hey, can you give me an outline for an AI presentation on this topic? And I built on that. So I used this definitely as a tool, and it helped me in my research, immensely, guiding me to the right points to talk about. I even explained it, the kind of audience that I thought will be there. So, but there are these anti-plagiarism software now. I'm sure you would have seen them. I think that is a response to that, isn't it? That's right. So, in a lot of cases, we have seen, at least in the Western universities, probably here it's also becoming more prevalent now, codes of honor that you need to practice, and you make sure that you are using them. But I guess it is an area I think care definitely. I don't think that I don't know how good the anti-plagiarism software is if you are creating content from such tools. I do not really know.
Sir, I have read somewhere in the newspaper that in information technology job sectors, the AI is introduced in the work field, the job field. So many will going to lose the jobs. Is it true?
I guess the nature of jobs continues to change. I guess that is inevitable. Would this cause some churn? You should expect that. I think so. The need to reskill, I think, for example, remains. Isn't that right? I mean, you can imagine every generation of technology has caused such transformation. There used to be typewriters, for example. If self-driving cars become prevalent, maybe you don't need drivers. I mean, we have definitely seen cases now where software engineering, the kind of work that software engineers do itself is also changing, no doubt, with more and more code. As I was saying, the machine can create the code itself for basic functions. So the creative powers of engineers, I think, are used for achieving more strategic goals that the machine cannot yet achieve. I think that continues. I don't see it is trying to clamp down on these advancements. What you will generally find is that it doesn't work for a very long time. If it is there, it will find its way out there. If not through the big companies, there will be enough small companies that try to take advantage of such opportunities. So I think people need to, I guess, continuous learning is what I would suggest. That's the only solution. I mean, given what I studied, the theoretical foundations continue to apply, but the kind of work that we do every 5 to 10 years, it changes. And I think that's inevitable. I think the new workers who are graduating now, I think should prepare themselves for a life of continuous learning, particularly if you are in a high technology industry. I don't see an alternative at all.
Sir, how do you view technological singularity, sir? Technological singularity.
I don't have a specific view on that. No. I can talk to you offline though. So.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, my name is Pranam, and I just have 2 questions. So the first one is how AI can be used to develop villages in India, And second one is, I have seen AI models which can mimic our voice. So given a sentence, it can speak like how we speak in that particular sentence. So do you think is that a good advancement in AI or?
Yeah, I guess, maybe picking up your second question first. The risk with any new technology is like a knife. That's what I was mentioning before. You can put it to good use, you can put it to bad use. And how do you prevent bad uses, I guess, remains a very fundamental challenge. And the responsible AI that I was talking about, I think, is important from that perspective. So, would government regulations help? I think to some extent, yes. Would the tools that are available from private enterprises, controls over them, and their own self-control and governance help? Yes. But one needs to just understand that the age of misinformation, deep fake kinds of things are now real, isn't that right? I mean, one needs to just, that's why I was talking about checking the credibility of sources. Is this backed by other data? Is this true or not? And this, I think, is a definite cause of concern about the misuse of these kinds of tools. I think that remains. Society needs to react to that. And what you will find in a lot of these cases, particularly in this area, it's not like the governments and regulators are able to always stay ahead in a lot of the cases. Throughout the world, I'm not talking about just India, they tend to be behind in regulating these industries because they themselves don't know what may come later. And the advancements in this area have been so fast, it has made it even more challenging. I think that goes without saying. The comment that you made about villages, there are a wide range of applications of AI today itself, like including some of the things that I showed you, like for example, translation of languages, whether it is written text or spoken text, can be very helpful. I talked about the example of, for example, insect proliferation in East Africa. That can be another example. There are companies like ITC that had taken up intelligent farming, for example. I mean, that gets into the area of more like Internet of Things, where you are using devices to, for example, understand the level of water in the soil and figure out, how best to use the resources. They are all there, and in the end, do you really need to use artificial intelligence, or you can use data and rule-based systems themselves? That is possible. There are range of applications that are possible for that. Yes.
Last question.
So good afternoon, sir. My name is Amina Shimas, and I have just one question. So where do you think we can see AI in next 10 years?
It will be even more pervasive than it has already been.
No, I mean to say like now we just had a topic called evolution of AI. Like what will be the future of AI in next 10 years?
Okay. Yeah. I see the kinds of things that, again, that is hard to answer. I will tell you why. The growth of this, I think if you look at history, you will find that it is not linear. That is the fundamental challenge. If you look at it from the 1960s to 2024 now, it has not been a linear ride. You will see, I mean, you can go through literature and see there are deep winters of AI and such. They talk about like 10-15 years, nothing happens at all. And technology doesn't advance, and there is this breakthrough that fundamentally changes the game that lasts probably for some years, and then it may be followed by one more breakthrough, and that advances it even more. But you may find that there is going to be a lull for a stretch of time. But if you ask me, I believe that there has been enough work that has been done in the academics as well as in some of the software engineering and hardware engineering aspects, that the deployment of these in the diverse industries will likely take 10 years. That's the way I see this, because we sometimes think that if you are possibly thinking more in terms of your mobile devices or consumer applications, it runs at a very different scale. Whereas if you are looking at the industries, you look at manufacturing, that has like 25-year kind of a time. Utilities, electrical utilities, 25-30 years of life. And transportation, 10 plus years of life. Telecommunication, 10 plus years of life. So I see that the next generation of systems that are developed by those will fundamentally be grounded in AI. I think next speaker, I think she will talk about 6G. For example, how new products today, let me just say this, new products today that are being developed with the perspective of data first. It is not AI today, whatever is being used, you find that it is a retrofit, whether it is Internet of Things or whether it is analytics or automation or AI, you will find that people are trying to gather what they can through retrofit, but the next generation of solutions, you will see them, depends on the industry again, developed from the ground up based on data science as a foundation. And that you will see. On the research side, I don't think I know enough to answer that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jairam, for the truly inspiring and insightful address. Your expertise and insights on artificial intelligence have captivated our audience. We are grateful to you for sharing your knowledge. As we near the conclusion of the keynote address session, it's my pleasure to invite Ms. Akshita Kamath to deliver the vote of thanks and formally express our appreciation to all those who have contributed for the success of the session.
Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of our college and all of us present here, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to Mr. Jairam PK for such an enlightening and thought-provoking keynote address. Your insights on evolution of AI in applications have not only broadened our understanding, but also inspired us to think critically and creatively about the challenges and opportunities. Your valuable contribution to this field are truly commendable, and we are grateful for the time and knowledge you have shared with us today. Thank you, sir. I am grateful to Mrs. Jayanti Prabhu for mastering the ceremony and Ms. Varshini Kotyan for guest introduction. I thank you all, our distinguished guests, delegates, participants and fellow colleagues for your presence and active engagement. Thank you one and all. Have a grateful day.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this we have come to the end of the keynote address session. Be seated as the next exciting session, a talk on AI for wireless by Ms. Nandini Jairam is going to commence immediately. Now I call upon Ms. Akshata Nayak, Department of Computer Science, to take over. After this session, we have the paper presentation session. I request the paper presenters to hand over their presentations to Mr. Mithun, who is in front of the dais.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I, Akshata Nayak, Master of Ceremony, it is my pleasure to welcome you all for this technical session. The topic for the session is AI for wireless. Today we will explore how AI has transformed and continues to shape the world across various sectors. We are about to embark on an exciting journey in our technical round. Let's get ready to dive into this compelling session together. To guide us through this insightful session, we are honored to have with us Ms. Nandini Jairam, a luminary in the field of artificial intelligence, an expert in semiconductor design, AI and communication industries. Now, I request Mr. Ganesh Hegde to escort Ms. Nandini Jairam onto the dais. To introduce our distinguished guest for this session, I would like to invite Ms. Chitra, Faculty, Department of Computer Science, over to the dais.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my great pleasure to introduce our distinguished guest speaker for today, Mrs. Nandini Jairam, a highly accomplished professional with over 25 years of global experience in the field of semiconductor, telecommunications, networking, AI and machine learning. She held key positions at renowned organizations such as Intersilly Corporation, Motorola, where she led significant projects in analog, mixed signal, power management and telecommunication equipment design. Mrs. Nandini Jairam did her engineering from Bangalore University and holds a master's degree in electrical engineering, specializing in power electronics from the University of Colorado, US. In her current role, she heads the program management organization overseeing wireless technologies, multimedia and AISW teams. Mrs. Nandini Jairam's insights into the evolution of AI applications are sure to inspire and challenge us all today. Beyond her professional accomplishments, she is a passionate for diversity and inclusion, serving as a board member of the Women's Affinity Group. As a senior member of the IEEE and an active participant in the IEEE Women Engineering Bangalore chapter, she continues to inspire and lead with integrity and vision. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving further, I now request Ms. Rekha Naveen Chandra, Faculty, Department of Computer Science, to florally welcome Ms. Nandini Jairam. Thank you, ma'am. Without further ado, I now invite Ms. Nandini Jairam to lead this session on AI for wireless. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the time. I will be talking about AI in wireless, but before I go into AI applications for wireless, I wanted to talk about the evolution of wireless itself. So let me talk about where things have been, where it started, and I will specifically talk about how wireless has grown over the years and the acceleration that it has seen both in the world and especially in India. And then I will focus on the applications of AI. So this, I think, in the earlier sessions and probably in your papers as well, we will be talking a lot about Gen AI. So this is a paradigm shift in terms of how we think, how we work, how we do. So I'm not going to spend too much applications of AI. Of Gemini, ChatGPT, and Copilot and all the applications that have come as part of AI. So I won't focus too much on this particular slide on Gen AI. You can probably go to the next slide. Now this one, I think most of the students would not know what this is. A long time ago, communication started like this. This is what is called an STD ISD booth. It took 5 years, not too long ago, just a few decades ago, it took almost 5 years for us to get a landline connection at home. Of course, if you are a medical doctor, you got it within 2 years. But for all of us, it took 5 years to get a landline phone. And if you wanted to call someone from Bangalore, if you wanted to call someone in Udupi, you would go to something like this in Bangalore. There is a guy that will be sitting inside. You tell him, I want to call, Vishwanath in Udupi, here is his number. He will dial it for you. You go inside the booth and he will do this. Start talking, and I take the headset and I start talking. And then once I'm done, he says, okay, I'm done. He cuts the call and he tells you how much money you need to pay. So that is how things were. We had no connectivity the way we see connectivity today. So very, very different times. And the same thing for international calls. STDs, by the way, the subscriber trunk dialing. That was the latest and greatest technology. And then came payphones, where you would have a booth, you put some money in there, and then you start talking on your own. So the guy in that particular store was gone now, so you can do it on your own. So in fact, my very first project after my master's was building a payphone card. So that's how old it is. So we can go to the next slide. And this is where the generations of wireless technology began. Now suddenly out of the blue, you have what is analog, still analog voice, but you have the very first generation of technology that came in back in the 1980s. Now I asked AI to generate this particular picture. Not the best, because really in the 1980s when it just started, our phone did not look like that. If you try to put the phone in your pocket would tear. It was that big. So you keep it right next to you. You don't have a USB cable yet. What you need to do is connect it to the power supply. There is something called a cradle on which the phone sits, and then that is what you use for technology. So that was your phone. Very heavy lithium metal hydride kind of batteries. But that was at least the start of all of this. So if you go to the next generation, then came the 1990s. So then we had the 2G started. We can go to the next slide. So we can go to this one. Suddenly voice became digital. So you have what is called a big leap, in the sense you have new technologies like GSM, CDMA, all of those have started showing up. So you have voice, but it's just voice, it's just a phone call. So you cannot do anything else. You can probably call people from, instead of going to the booth, instead of picking up your landline phone, you have a wireless phone, you have something that you can actually talk. But that's all it was just for talking. And then came the next decade, which helped bring in a little bit more in terms of technology developments. But the most important thing that happened here was, we are building up on the same technology. It's not like we're doing something brand new. It's the same technology, but we're building up on the same thing. More and more, if you look at the standards that evolved, suddenly you have wireless internet. You have mobile data. So this is somewhat very close to what we have. What we have now, in the sense I have data, I am able to communicate to other folks, I am able to actually now suddenly see things that small portions of what I could do on my laptop or my desktop, I can still do now, I can start doing now on mobile devices. Again, not a very good picture, such very nice looking phones were not there. We were still back in those, data was there, but we still had those Nokia phones with ABCD, this press button kind of feature phones. So not a good picture, but still, the technology is now growing. It's now 3G. Now if we go to the next slide, this is the 2010s. This is the last decade. We suddenly have mobile broadband, and LTE is long-term evolution. Again, building up on the same thing. But this suddenly is much better than what we had, in the sense I can now use these phones to actually do a hotspotting and actually get communications going on my desktop or my laptop. So we got to that extent where the phone is now in the center of the universe, out of the blue. So this is a very big change that happened with 4G. But if you look at let me go to next 5G, and then I'll talk about how things evolved in India. Right? If you look at 5G, the intelligence is coming, but it is not all pervasive. It's there in my device. There are portions that are there in my device, not all of them. Very little of it has just started, but it has begun. So today, if you look at handsets that are there, there are specific portions of the handset that are perhaps that have used AI for designing specific blocks, specific software, and so on. But it's not all pervasive. It's like, as the previous speaker was saying, it is more like afterthought. I am using the data that I have to build something. Right? I have so much data, therefore I will use AI techniques, ML techniques to build on that. So it didn't start, but it is more of an afterthought when it came to 5G. So I have AI, so let me use AI techniques to enhance something in 5G. So that is where things are. So if you look at one important thing I wanted to just focus on from where all these generations, G's generations, so each of these generations came. Not so long ago, we were on these Nokia, small Nokia phones that we would wear like a necklace, right? So it's not too far, and we would use those. Then we've gone to these new devices now. If you look at where India has grown really in terms of wireless, in terms of how technologies have reached so many different corners of this country, it is just amazing. So not so long ago, the devices were all, even if the phone manufacturers, the networking guys, whoever, whatever they did, they would all focus on somewhere else. It's mostly US, Europe, or China, and they would say, this is where I'm going to start. Let me focus on the customers that are there in Western countries or in China. And then let's see what to do, with the rest of the world. Today, if you see, almost all of the major phone companies, the very first time they do a launch of a device, it's done in India. Just a few years ago, all the phone manufacturers would target Chinese New Year as the time when they do the first wireless release. Today, they try to focus on when Diwali is every year, and they try to make sure that the device launch happens just before that, because they know the amount of volume that they get from India is not something that they can ignore. So it's a very big change in the way India is now looked at as a potential market, and a large portion of it is not just because of the markets, but because of the technological advancements and the technical skills that this country brings to the evolution of communications. So I just wanted to talk about that part as well before I get into the AI part. We can go to the next one. So this is 6G. Again, this is not set in stone. It is a very evolving thing. Across the world, including in India, we have multiple forums that are working on on what that 6G technology should be and the standards and those details, both technology and both academia as well as industry. So we have academia plus industry. We have a consortium called Next in the US that is driven by the US government entities. It is a consortium of both private, public enterprise plus academia. They are looking at the technologies that will drive 6G. The most important part why I wanted to talk about 6G here was because 6G will be the very first generation where we will have what is called AI native. So far until 5G, we said I have all this data, I have machine learning algorithms, I have all these different things that I could use. So I will use the data and then I will do something with that data. Right? So that is how things work. Now I will talk about what applications are today so far in 5G, where the applications are in that kind of a mode of thinking. 6G is AI native. So it is something where the technology itself will start from the AI as the base, AI as the foundation. So it will look much different compared to the previous generations. The standards are still evolving. What should go into 6G? How should we do it? How will industry enable it? How will academic research enable it? That's still many years away. So the expectation is that industry experts in this field, they think it is probably going to be in our hands, or the wireless devices will be in our hands, and the network will be deployed somewhere in the 2030s, sometime in the next decade. But it takes a while to get there, but that will be the very first time we will see an AI native generation. So a generation of communications that will start from AI as the foundation. So some of these technologies that will happen with some of the applications of AI specifically, if you look at what will happen, this is a very future-looking slide. Again, this slide, I didn't make it, or Gemini or any of the AI algorithms did not do this. I picked it up from a YouTube video. Please, I have a link there, you can go ahead and take a look at it. It's again a very futuristic look of what we want 6G as a generation of communications to be. So it is going to help, since AI is going to be the base. The second portion is using that base. You have communications as such is a very complicated, highly complex system. Right? So you have radio RF modules that are there on your phones. You have networks that enable all of these. You have multimedia. You have a very compute-intensive application that will be enabled by these. But we expect that AI will be driving this whole 6G next generation, next technological evolution, a very big step. Is what it promises to be. We will see. This is again a very futuristic slide. So I will talk about three different portions of where AI is. One, the top portion. By the way, all of these slides, all of these images were also developed by AI techniques. So I didn't do this. I just picked it up. So one is in terms of network, the 6G network, the 6G network infrastructure, the stuff that you see in your base stations and in your homes. So that the networking aspect of it is one. The second one is on-device AI. So there are many different reasons why I may want to use AI or I may not want to use AI on my devices, on my phones. Phones, or in this case AR glasses or head-mounted devices for XR kind of applications, or automotive. And the third one will be on cloud. So all of this data, irrespective of what the application is, AI generates it's based on a lot of data. So the data needs to stay somewhere. As someone was asking, these are all on clouds, these are hyperscalers, these are folks that host the data, that manage the data, that manipulate the data, that use the data. Right? Manipulate is not a bad word, but they just use the data. So I will focus on these three things. First, we will go to where AI is in terms of the network itself. This is more of a very specific, infrastructure-related stuff. So there are multiple things that AI can do. One is in terms of latency, in terms of the goodness of the network, performance-wise, we can use a lot of AI techniques to make it much better, improve the efficiencies of our networks. That is one. Second, in terms of power consumption. So it's not just on the cloud, right? Even in your base stations, it is a highly power-consuming piece of equipment that sits there. And for sustainability, for being environmentally responsible. So power consumption is one place where AI will help truly, help us with the efficiency part of it. The third one is on the security side, right? Cyber security is becoming more and more important these days. So some of the goof-ups, some of the bad things that have happened shed light to all the technical folks saying this is something that we need to focus on, right? The more we use it, we are not going to go back. We are not going to say, you know what, okay, done, I'm finished with all of this. Let me just, retreat into some place where I have connectivity. I don't think, people these days get tense if they leave their cell phones in the house and, come to college or their offices, right? So they're tense, oh my God, I don't have my phone with me. So they feel the need. I don't think we will be going backwards in terms of time. So the usefulness and the number of people that will use the different applications for AI will only increase. So we need to be very, very careful about cyber security. So cyber security and security of the network, security everywhere. Right? So those are the three aspects where AI will be immensely helpful. Can go to the next one. Now coming to on-device AI or AI outside of the network. There are multiple applications that are there today. One of them is autonomous vehicles. We talked about some of these things we touched upon some of these when it came to the risks of using AI. The automotive application is from a technology perspective is highly complex. So if you look at the number of cameras that we have today on one autonomous vehicle, right, or a self-driving vehicle, it is just immense, right? It goes from 32 to 64. You have the cameras on all sides. Each camera is doing image processing on its own. It's trying to decide what is on this side, what is on that side. Just imagine going on the main roads here, and you are expecting a machine, you are expecting a computer to figure out what you do. There is a guy on a Luna or a two-wheeler coming from this side. You have another guy who's trying to go this way. There's a truck driver who's coming here. You are expecting a machine, a computer to learn that particular image that is there is actually that of a truck, or it is that of a human being. It's somebody who's standing on the footpath trying to cross the road, versus there's a truck that has stopped, that's not moving. Or there could be another person right next to me who is actually going very, very slowly compared to me. Today, if you look at how we drive, we say, he's too close, I'm going to accelerate a little bit, I'm going to go in front of him. Imagine teaching that to a machine to do all of that on its own. So it takes a lot of computing power to make this happen. And this is one of the very, very prime fields where AI will be enabling some of these technologies. The other one I wanted to talk about is XR. So XR is basically extended reality. It could be augmented reality, like in your Ray-Ban glasses. Those glasses are not introduced in India, but if you look at the glasses that are introduced, it is just an AR glass. It looks just like your normal glass, except the portion where it sits on your ears, and the bridge here is slightly thicker. But that has multiple cameras, that has multiple image processing units, power units, wireless connectivity units, and all of that needs to work. So I can just wear an IR glass, I can just look around, I can take a picture. Right? For reasons of security and privacy, there is a small red light that comes on when I'm taking a picture, but I could be wearing this glass. I could actually be looking at all of you folks, taking some pictures, doing whatever I need to do. Right? If I were to wear the glasses today, I could actually project my PPT on the glass. So it is transparent. So I can see all of you folks, but I can actually read the PPT, and I don't have to turn around to see what's on the screen. So those kinds of things, again, right, it's in terms of how I visualize this, it needs to figure out if I move like this, it should know that I'm looking somewhere else. So some of those things, these are called eye tracking. We also, when we move into XR, when we are looking at head-mounted devices, I am looking at the 6 degrees of freedom. So when I'm playing a game, when I'm using a head-mounted device and I'm playing a game, for example, I can use my hands. Right? Today, if you have demonstrations, or there are commercial devices available from companies like Oculus, where you put on your devices, you are playing a game. Let's say there's a deep sea and there's an octopus. So I can use my hands like this, just like I'm doing now. Where the head-mounted device, I will do this and I touch the octopus. The octopus moves and tries to go inside, tries to hide behind a rock. And then I keep looking, then I see something else, I see a shark, I touch it. Right? So those kinds of things are highly complex applications where it needs to track my hands. Right? There are actually cameras on the head-mounted device down below, looking down below on to see where I am. And it is also perceiving depth. Right? Am I doing this? If I'm doing this on the head-mounted device, there's probably a fish or something that very close to me. But then if there is an octopus somewhere, I'm doing that. Right? So it needs to figure out, is she looking at this or is she doing that? And there is also depth perception in terms of where I am, where exactly am I, where are my hands, where are my feet. Right? If I move like this, it should know that, oh, she's moving this way, so she's looking that side. Today, if you look at a lot of, I'm not sure if it's available here, but in a lot of these Western countries, you have applications where you do all of this before you buy a house, right? They will tell you, here is the link, you go look at this house, right? Many people can, if I'm going to rent a house, I can just go look where this kind of either head-mounted devices or even the lower versions in terms of glass, I can look at the house, I can go in, I can do this, right? If I do this, I will say I need to open the door on this side, right? I want to see how that room moves. Now if I click there, it goes to the kitchen, I want to see how the kitchen is. And now I want to open the cupboards and see how the cupboards are built, so I do this. So it opens the cupboards for me. So those kinds of applications are available, but they are only going to get worse. I think some of you folks who are interested in gaming, you know that this house kind of stuff looks very simple to you. Gaming is much more complicated. It uses a lot of computing power, and AI cannot be, there cannot be a better option than AI to enable some of those gaming applications. So that I think that picture actually is the 6 degrees of freedom. So it shows where my feet are, where my hands move. I mean, it's like this. Those are the six different ways in which I can do the movements, and it has to perceive all of those. So there are lots of cameras in the devices, but they also need to perceive depth, right? So that's the picture. So AI in cloud, I think someone asked about energy efficiency, sustainability and all that. Yes, cloud today, in terms of where things are, in terms of the amount of energy they consume, absolutely unbelievable. And again, that is not going to reduce. We will need a lot more cloud capability in terms of how we do things. We need to find more efficient ways of doing it. So AI, from a workload perspective, in terms of loading of the cloud, in terms of either the hardware that is in there or the technologies that drive some of these aspects in terms of power. So again, AI is right there. I think we should be able to use a lot of the AI techniques to prioritize and improve upon both from a power perspective as well as from a compute perspective. Then it has come a long way, cloud has come a long way. We have lots of new features, new ways of doing things, but from an efficiency perspective, AI is one of those enablements that will see a huge step forward in terms of improvement. Okay, so in conclusion, I just wanted to give you folks a perspective of two things. One, where wireless technologies, how wireless technologies started. I think one of the speakers earlier also, as they talked about it, our generation saw everything from a landline to 5G. Your technology will see 5G all the way to wherever we go. I don't know where we go during your careers. So very understanding of technology. So, and India from that perspective is absolutely perfectly geared towards taking advantage of it, both in terms of careers, in terms of research, and in terms of academia. So, I just wanted to make these dots, close these dots. It's not just AI for wireless. We also need to look at it more from an India perspective, where we are, how quickly we've come where we are. So, thank you very much. Thanks for the time.
Now the floor is open for question and answer sessions. If anybody has any question, kindly raise your hands.
Madam, how can AI chip be beneficial or hazardous when it is implanted into human beings? Would this be implemented in the 6G era?
There are, first of all, I'm not an implantables expert. That's a very separate field of research today. But today we do have a lot of implantables that are already there, right? So the two things that we need to take care of. One, today we have implantables that look for blood sugar levels, right? So you don't have to do anything. It does both. One, it looks at the data, it analyzes your blood sugar level, and as required, it will inject the amount of insulin that is required. So all that you need is, maybe what is called an outpatient kind of treatment, and you put it in there, and it does it on its own. Now that data is actually analyzed by your doctor, right? So that from an AI perspective, doctors will not go away, just like engineers will not go away, but there are ways to actually learn, right? So it looks like, on specific days, every 15 days, looks like she does, upvas or whatever, right? She doesn't take anything, she only eats a little bit, therefore, change the insulin level accordingly. So those kinds of things are all there. So all of that analysis, AI can enable. But hazardous part of it, two things. One, I would be careful about who's reading my data, right? This data from the implantable is not just going to my doctor's phone. It might be going to the cloud, it sits somewhere else. And there could be reasons why I do not want to share any of my personal information, right? If possible, I don't know if it's going to happen. If possible, I want that device, I want that information to stay on my device. So that's another one of those AI applications where I would rather have full control over what I do with that data. So are there hazards? Yes, there are. But I think the community hopefully will find ways, the technical community will find ways to fix that problem as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Another question. Changes observed in the technology based on wired and wireless connections. Means in the past they used wires, now they use satellites. What were the changes?
Satellites from...
Not physically, but informationally.
Good question. I don't have a very specific answer. We have come a long way. The only thing is the following, right? If you look at the acceleration from how things went, how fast things went from your STD RSD boots to where we are today, the acceleration is much faster. Right? Even from 2G to 3G, for example, after 3G, what happened in India is way faster than what it had from the STD booth to our phones. It took a while, right? For a very long time, we would use this small Nokia phones as necklaces and walk around, right? So it took a while for us to get there. But going from there to your latest iPhones, a lot of companies doing launches of brand new devices in India, it's come very quickly. So I expect a very similar acceleration to happen in whatever technology we go from an India-centric perspective.
Ma'am, I'm Siddharth. I have a doubt. Thus, radiation does not affect animals like birds or something.
Yeah, I don't think I can answer that question. I am not an expert. I'm sure there are people who are actually looking at the research part of those things. So yeah, I don't have a very clear answer to that.
Moving further, thank you so much Ms. Nandini Jairam for that highly engaging and enlightening session. Your insights into AI for wireless have provided us with a deeper understanding of the incredible advancements in this field. Moving further, as a token of our appreciation and respect, I now request Dr. M. Vishwanath Pai, HOD, Department of Computer Science, to present a memento to Ms. Nandini Jairam. Moving further, we trust that this session has been as enlightening and thought-provoking for you as it is been for us. We encourage you to remain engaged for the upcoming session and wish you a fruitful continuation of the conference. Followed by this, we will be having paper presentation session. Kindly be seated. Thank you.
Good afternoon all. Good afternoon to all of you. Actually, we are running behind the schedule by about 30 minutes. So half an hour we will have a paper presentation till 1:30. So 1:30 we will break for lunch. But requesting all of you to finish the lunch in 30 minutes because 2 o'clock Mr. Guru Vaidya from Udupi, he is going to address the session again, another interesting session. Again, an expert in AI. And he is working with Adobe. So all of you must be knowing about this company. So till 1:30 we'll have paper presentation, and 1:30 to 2 o'clock just for 30 minutes we'll break for lunch, and please come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
International Conference on AI from Theory to Impact. We are thrilled to have you all here today for this significant gathering. This session will feature a series of paper presentations that highlight the latest research and advancements in AI and machine learning. We are privileged to have distinguished experts in attendance to guide our discussions. They are Dr. Jeevan Pinto, will be the chairperson of this session, and Mr. Srinath Pai will be the co-chairperson of this session. I request Dr. Jeevan Pinto and Mr. Srinath Pai to occupy the seats on the stage. Welcome, sir. Now I request Ms. Angeline, Department of Computer Science, MGM Evening College, to introduce our chairperson, Dr. Jeevan Pinto.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is an honor to introduce Dr. Jeevan Pinto, an esteemed academician with over 21 years of experience in the fields of computer applications and information technology. Dr. Pinto is currently the Associate Professor and Head of the Department of Postgraduate Studies in Computer Applications at ICAITTI, St. Aloysius, Udupi University, Mangalore. Throughout his career, Dr. Pinto has been a passionate advocate for quality education, individualizing instructions to meet the diverse needs of students and fostering their creative potential. He has held various prestigious positions, including Associate Professor at Nagoya University and Head of the Department of MCA at Srinivas Institute of PG Studies. Dr. Pinto holds a PhD in Computer Science from Bangalore University. His ability to stay abreast of the latest trends in education and technology, combined with his dedication to student success, has made him a respected figure in academia.
Thank you, Anjali. Now I request Ms. Bharati, Department of Computer Science, MGM College, to introduce our co-chairperson, Mr. Srinath Pai.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Srinath S. Pai. Mr. Srinath S. Pai holds MSc, MCA, MTech IT, B.Ed. He is in teaching profession since 2006. He has authored a book on computer application in business for BPA 3rd semester, Karnataka University, Dharwad. Handbook on career guidance for PU level. Published papers in national, international journals. Co-authored a book on 32 business ideas. Published e-book on 101 computer programming languages. He is also a YouTuber, podcaster, digital instructor and Udemy instructor. He has undergone Train the Trainer program at Infosys campus Mysore. Also, he is a TCS certified digital teacher. He has participated in national and international conferences on academic and research, computer training for visual impaired and blind, faculty development program, academic and training, seminars, face-to-face and virtual leadership training, Swayam NPTEL training, skill development workshops. Workshop on principles of adult learning and instructional design by Shamata Academy, Mangalore. Received awards Sadvichari Teacher by Bhatkal Education Trust, Award for Language Initiative by Bhatkal Taluka Kannada Sahitya Parishad. He is also a certified career counselor and trainer, conducted counseling sessions on memory retention techniques, teacher training. He also participated and directed events such as drama, skit, mono act, also writer for magazines. Articles for newspaper on WhatsApp in education, career-oriented education, internet-based education, constructive usage of mobile in education, technology-enabled English learning, etc. We are grateful to have you here, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Bharati ma'am. Now I request Mr. Ganesh Hegde to florally welcome Dr. Jeevan Pinto. And I request Mr. Mithun to florally welcome Mr. Srinath Pai. Thank you, Ganesh and Mithun sir. Now I request judges to occupy their seats in the red chairs. Now I read out the names of paper presenters. So morning session, Ms. Sashi Prabha, SDM College, Mangalore, Soumya Jyoti, SDM College, Mangalore, Dr. Vijesh Krishnan, AJIT, Mangalore. They are going to present their papers in this session. Then afternoon at 3 p.m., Maitri Pahiri, MIT Manipal, Aishwarya, MGM College, Udupi, Rakshita, MGM College, Udupi, Kavya, MGM College, Udupi, Saundarya, MGM College, Udupi, Mohammad Naseem Hussain, Enapoya University College, and Mr. Saban, Mangalore University. Now I welcome the first presenter, Ms. Sashi Prabha from SDM College, Mangalore. She is going to present the paper Bridging the Divide, AI Solutions for Health and Hygiene in Underserved Communities of India, a conceptual study. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My topic, as it has been already told, Bridging the Divide, AI Solutions for Health and Hygiene in Underserved Communities of India, a conceptual study. I just reviewed a couple of papers and I have arrived at certain suggestions and findings also. I'll just brief whatever I have made a research by going through certain literatures that downloaded from the couple of journals. I'll just brief you about that. And everybody knows the significance of health and hygiene, and people at the urban community may be lucky enough to have access towards the facilities. But I've just focused upon the underserved communities of India, how the challenges they face with respect to health and hygiene. Basically, they lack certain resources, access to certain resources, basic facilities. First and foremost, let me say what is underserved. Underserved communities are groups of people who lack adequate access to essential services, resources and opportunities that are necessary for a healthy and prosperous life. And people may include from the rural community, low-income people and marginalized populations such as racial and ethnic minorities, immigrants and people with certain disabilities. The objective of the study, as I have told you all, I just did the literature survey on the secondary data, went through and I just found out the gaps with the studies which are already been done. So I just did the comprehensive review of certain AI applications, especially in the health and hygiene, focusing on the undeserved communities of India. Through the analysis, which are done based on the current study, current research, and I just tried to, I know it is very brief, I just tried to find the gap, and also I just came up with certain suggestions to how to fill those gaps. That's why the title is being given, Bridging the Divide. Okay, the methodology, as I told, it's a literature review, it's a secondary data, purely secondary data, and just arrived at the findings and tried to give some suggestions. We know that we face a lot of challenges with respect to health and hygiene, and when we consider the underserved communities or the rural area of India, they may be lacking too much of basic facilities. How AI can be? There are AI applications, even though we are not directly aware of, being in urban areas, we are not directly aware of the AI tools which will be directly or indirectly facilitating us in many areas, but underserved communities, maybe they are the most unlucky because there are certain challenges. First and foremost, they lack the basic facilities. They may not be educated. They may not be having certain digital literacy also. So in that case, okay, these are the challenges faced by, I've just briefed and not elaborated. Limited access to healthcare services and infrastructure, high susceptibility to infectious diseases, low health literacy and awareness, cultural and linguistic barriers, infrastructure limitations. These are the barriers, major challenges faced by the underdeveloped or maybe underserved communities of India. So there are other disparities also, like regional, economic and social disparities. You know, geographical placements also may be a greatest barrier. Lack of resources in rural and tribal areas, economic and social factors, that is poverty, lack of education and employment opportunities, caste and social exclusion, that is impact of discrimination and poor access to health care, and gender inequality. Definitely we find this. There is a lot of difference between the health issues faced by men and women, so gender disparity is always existing. How to how to overcome these challenges with the help of these advanced AI tools? No doubt government has taken initiative, may not be purely incorporating the AI tools, but some of the initiatives like to just eradicate or help these needy from the underserved communities. The government has come up with certain schemes like Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, NRHM, National Rural Health Mission, and Ayushman Bharat, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, Samagra Shiksha Abhiyan. These are a few to quote. Still, there are challenges to incorporate, to implement all these. There are so many challenges like corruption, we are all aware of, poor execution, and barriers to access for the most vulnerable. Even though these are the great initiatives of the Indian government, where people are not aware. Being in rural areas also, people are not aware of all these facilities. And imagine how the underserved communities are. They face challenges, still sad challenges. So there are various AI applications which are developed in health and hygiene. So how AI tools can be helpful in healthcare? There are some of the tools which will help in diagnosing the diseases and giving the suggestions, recommendations. Okay, it may not be as perfect as a doctor's suggestion, but as first aid, they may serve these communities to just avoid the major threats to the initial major threats to the life can be avoided with these AI tools. There are tools in the hygiene management also, such as monitoring the hygiene practices, automated cleaning and public health interventions. These are certain tools which I have learned through literature review. AI in public health education. So AI tools are also developed, such as chatbots, mobile apps are also there. And based on this, analyzing the data and analyzing the needs of these underserved communities, some campaigns can be conducted to help those people in the underserved areas. AI in health diagnostics and treatment, as I told you earlier. There are certain AI-powered tools which will help to recognize the symptoms, just based on the symptoms which are faced by a patient or a person, and it can suggest a specific kind of disease he is undergoing, and the thorough analysis can be done, and the medicine can be suggested also. Natural language processing is also. Language is also a barrier. Why? Because in the underserved communities, as these tools are purely based on, major of these tools are based on the language which is commonly understood by the major of the community, English. Natural languages are spoken in mother tongue, right? In that case, they may not be able to understand that these tools respond in a positive way. In that case, the tools based on natural language can also be designed to overcome the communication barriers of those people. Some of the attempts are done, like Niramai, where it is the non-invasive risk assessment with machine intelligence. It is an AI-based thermal imaging tool to detect the breast cancer, which is portable and can be deployed in rural areas. Arvind Eye Hospital, which is also an AI tool to enhance their telemedicine services, particularly in screening for diabetic retinopathy. And Vadwani AI, another tool for agriculture and healthcare. So these are some of the examples which I found maybe interesting, and I will also share my knowledge while doing a literature review. AI's role in hygiene monitoring and promotion, monitoring cleanliness. So public toilet cleanliness is one of the major challenge. So hand hygiene is also. So AI-driven computer vision systems can be used in these cases. So water quality monitoring. Water is also one of the essential part of human's life. So when we consume it, how purified it should be. So some of the chemicals may harm the human body and interrupt in the routine functioning of the body. In that case, the chemicals present in the water can guide the human being by help these persons at the underserved communities to avoid all those consumption of water, such kind of water. And public health campaigns can also be conducted with the help of the AI tools, like behavioral insights, predictive analytics for disease prevention. AI tools analyze data from various sources So there are so many such AI tools which are designed, as I just found out from the literature survey. Ultimately, these AI tools should be, to make it further beneficial to the community, it can be integrated with the local healthcare systems. Local healthcare systems can also make use of these AI-powered tools such as kiosks, mobile health units to deploy AI-driven health kiosks in rural areas, offer basic diagnostics and telemedicine, consultations and health education, enabling communities to access essential healthcare services locally. And training and support. Even the healthcare professionals can be trained by making use of these AI tools so that they can be made aware regarding the potential challenges which are faced by these underserved communities. And I'll just brief on the challenges and limitations. Some of the technological barriers, like that in the rural areas or in the slum areas, the internet access is limited, so that may be a challenge. Inadequate power supply, basically the power supply is a major threat to such areas. Cultural and social barriers also, economic and policy challenges also, certain challenges. Faced by these communities. The gaps which I found was relevant while doing the literature survey is there is still to explore. There are AI tools. We say theoretically we have known it does so and it does so, but there is still scope for further exploration of these potentials of these AI tools. So, as per my opinion, I observed certain shortage, lack of standardized evaluation frameworks for AI-powered health and hygiene solutions, and certain ethical issues are also there. Some of the data, it has to be kept confidential. That confidentiality may not be maintained, so that may be a threat. So these people may not be willing to share their data, which is very crucial. So I just conclude, even though the AI tools have shown promising in not only health and hygiene, in all the aspects, AI tools have shown their potentials. So existing solutions have improved healthcare access, disease diagnosis and sanitation, but challenges still persist. So bridging the health and hygiene divide in underserved communities requires collaborative efforts to develop and implement AI-driven solutions. By addressing existing challenges and leveraging AI's potential, we can create more equitable healthcare systems and improve the well-being of marginalized community. This is what I've just made a brief study by going through the literature survey. I've just understood, and whatever I felt I have to do, I have to find something, and I just given the suggestion. If these suggestions are not apt, I'm just, you're welcome to give me some suggestions so that I can improve upon my paper. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for presenting the paper. Now,
Madam, just one observation from your literature review. You have just referred the papers till 2020. Okay, after that, I think a lot of work has been carried out, and it would have been better if you had mentioned all that. Since it is a literature survey, it would have been better if you had
yes, sir, as I am the
light on all these new tools which are already available.
Yes, sir, so I am aware of. But then I am the beginner. I just want to start with the basic.
So have you taken any specific area or the which
Not
has
as
been
such.
covered in the literature, a particular geographic area or no?
Maybe in Bihar, I'm not able to recollect. I'm just, while going through the literature, I'm just focused on, but I'm not able to recollect now because I've gone through many of the literature papers. I'm sorry, I'm not able to recollect.
Since it is a fast developing area, the technologies, it is always better to have recent papers to be.
I understand. But
just a suggestion.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
So one more point. So here, underserved community means your focus is going to be on rural or?
Including rural, sir. Rural is a part of underserved communities. I've given the definition there.
So there's a suggestion. So there's a book called Digital Nation. It's by N. Chandrasekharan. You can just go through that book. It covers, the major focus is on technology implementation, again bridging the gap, especially on health sector itself.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
thank you, ma'am. Now I call upon the next presenter, Ms. Soumya Udupi from MGM College, Mangalore. She is going to present the paper titled For Computing for Real-Time Data Processing in IoT, a Comprehensive Survey and Future Directions. I request all the presenters to present their paper with the timeline of 6 + 2 minutes.
Your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone.
My research paper topic is Fog Computing for Real-Time Data Processing in IoT, a Comprehensive Survey and Future Directions. So it is a purely secondary research paper. In this paper, I have highlighted the benefits, challenges, future directions of fog computing for IoT-based applications. Introduction. The IoT of Things, Internet of Things, connects billions of devices, generating vast amounts of data. Traditional cloud computing faces challenges in processing this data due to latency issues, bandwidth constraints, security concerns. Fog computing mitigates these challenges by decentralizing data processing and bringing it closer to the edge of the network, enabling real-time insights and improved decision making. Benefits of fog computing in IoT. Fog computing offers multiple advantages. They are reduced latency for processing data near to the source, enhanced security through distributed architecture, improved scalability and flexibility for managing numerous devices, supports various IoT protocols for seamless communication, enables predictive maintenance and real-time analytics with edge AI integration. Challenges faced. Complexity in managing decentralized architecture, security concerns regarding data privacy, lack of standardization, hindering interoperability, integration with the existing infrastructures can be difficult. Key applications of fog computing include industrial automation, that is real-time monitoring and predictive maintenance, smart energy management, that is optimizing the energy consumption, intelligent transport systems for real-time management, healthcare, monitoring the chronic conditions and emergency response, smart homes for enhancing occupant experiences through automation. Future directions. Fog computing is expected to integrate with the 5G networks for improved connectivity, develop standardized frameworks and protocols, enhance AI capabilities for real-time processing, focus on the edge fog cloud continuum for better interoperability. Case studies in fog computing implementation. Quote a few examples. Industrial automation, reduced downtime in manufacturing through predictive analytics, smart energy, that is real-time energy management in commercial buildings leading to significant savings, healthcare, improved patient outcomes through timely monitoring and alerts. So these examples, they highlight fog computing's transformative potential across various sectors. Implications. The convergence of fog computing and IoT can enhance public safety, that is real-time monitoring for crime prevention, environmental monitoring, ensuring sustainability through real-time data, supply chain management, that is improving tracking and reducing the losses. In the field of agriculture, optimizing resources and predictive analytics for crop management. So, in conclusion, fog computing holds immense potential to revolutionize IoT data processing, offering benefits like reduced latency, enhanced security, increased scalability. So challenges remain that require innovative solutions, collaboration and development of these standards. So computing can unlock new business models and improve operational efficiency across the industries. Thank you.
Since there are no standard protocols for IoT, okay, these protocols had to be, certain protocols are yet to be standardized in IoT. How we are managing these protocols along with your fog computing? Because you are using fog computing along with IoT, right? So whatever the data collected through IoT devices, you are using fog computing to analyze. Now what exactly you are doing?
Analyze, processing.
Whatever the data collected through IoT devices, right? Okay, then one more thing is say the data security, right? So since there are the protocols are not secure, say, right? So in what way say you are using, for example, if you are using for health purposes, so how you guarantee that the data is secure? So these are the certain things I think you started your research, right?
Yes.
Okay, so maybe say you have to get into these protocols and then one more, the same observations. Just record the papers till 2020. And always say there are a lot of work that has been carried out in fog computing as well as IoT. Even in IoT, a lot of work has been carried out in terms of security also. Look at this.
Yeah, ma'am. The concept is nice. Yes, fog computing, it's working. We can even focus on like edge computing, so that the latency and other things also you can reduce. Thank you.
Thank you, sirs.
Thank you, ma'am, for the presentation. Now I welcome Dr. Vijesh Krishnan from ICAITTI Mangalore to present the paper titled Responsible AI, a Framework for Aligning Artificial Intelligence.
Your time starts now.
Good afternoon to all. Here I am going to present a small paper on responsible AI, a framework for aligning artificial intelligence with the human values. A comprehensive framework for developing and deploying AI in a manner that is responsible, ethical, and aligned with the diverse values of human societies. The framework emphasizes the importance of transparency, fairness, accountability, inclusivity in AI design and implementations. The framework emphasizes mainly the transparency, fairness, accountability, and inclusivity. The transparency and explainability. One of the cornerstone of responsible AI is transparency. AI systems must be designed to provide clear and understandable explanations of the decisions and actions. This requires developing models that are not only accurate but also interpretable. Next one is fairness. This AI system must be designed to treat as all individuals and groups fairly without exacerbating existing biases. Achieving fairness in AI requires addressing both the technical and social dimensions of bias. Third one is accountability. Accountability is a fundamental principle of responsible AI. AI systems must be designed and deployed in ways that ensure accountability for their actions and outcomes. Then, inclusivity. Inclusive design involves actively involving diverse stakeholders in the development and deployment of AI systems. This includes engaging underrepresented groups such as women, similarly minorities, and people with disabilities in the design process. Inclusive design takes place. So legal ethics. Thus, as everyone knows, the AI has many advantages. However, the benefits with the risk, particularly with the same systems, are not aligned with the values of the societies they serve. In conclusion, the rapid development and deployment of AI technologies present both opportunities and challenges for society. While AI has the potential to bring about significant benefits, it also raises ethical concerns that must be addressed to ensure that these benefits are realized in a manner that is consistent with human values. Thank you.
The framework that you have proposed is already existing, or you are proposing this framework?
Sure, sir.
No, this framework, whatever you are mentioning, the AI framework, whether it is already existing or you are proposing?
Sir, it is already existing. That I am actually saying the importance of that one, how to implement these frameworks are applying in our this roles.
Okay, fine. So you have mentioned one layer is accountability.
Sure, sir.
Accountability.
Yeah.
One layer is accountability. Framework, right? So, in what way you can implement the accountability? Any tools are available, or in what way you can see that there exists accountability whenever you use these AI tools?
Yes, sir. Actually, I am thinking about that because actually I am coming from Kerala, nearby Wayanad district, sir. Actually, I am thinking about in AI has developed and our technical knowledge is increased. Even the net, we can't predict. We have some liabilities or accountability to the society. Even these techniques are developed so much. Even though we can't. For last month in Wayanad, the natural calamities happened. Many died, shelters lost everything. At that time, with using this AI, we couldn't do anything in that time. So that types of accountability, the society, we have to, using the AI technology, we have to do something to the society also. We are only doing the technical things and this one only. The climate prediction, we have to find out the climate prediction also. So that type of accountability, I am searching how to alert the people in the remote areas, in the high range area. That type of calamities, is one accountability I am thinking, sir.
Sir, we appreciate you for considering the factor of inclusive design. You said it's going to help the disabilities.
Which one, sir?
Inclusive design.
Yeah.
Which is going to help the people with the disabilities. Can you just throw some light on that? Like how this AI can be helpful for people with disabilities?
Sir, actually, this inclusive design, here I mentioned the minorities such as women in women category, disabilities people. So we have to do that types of research we have to conduct to help that type of people. That also we have to do for the society. Not only for the for research purpose only, we have to do something to society. Then only it will the AI will complete. We will that goal. We can achieve that goal.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for presenting the paper. So I thank all the presenters, paper presenters, chairperson, co-chairperson, also delegates for your patience. Now, remaining part of the paper presentation session will coming after 3 p.m. After the technical session by Mr. Guru Vaidya from Udupi. Thank you.
You may break for lunch. Please, 1 minute. You may break for lunch now. Just 30 minutes because Mr. Guru Vaidya is already in. He is here. So his session will start at another half an hour. What's the time now? 1:40. That is by 2:10. We shall start. Okay. And his topic, students. His topic is the future of creative AI, how Adobe is shaping the next generation of digital tools. Again, an interesting topic. So please break for lunch and please come back by 30 minutes, please.
Yes, all of you know that as of now, there is no substitute in AI for lunch. Please, all of you join for lunch.
is an integral part of the academics. Thus, more than 40 papers are submitted which are reviewed by renowned academicians. We have registrations from 8 countries: US, Canada, UK, Australia, Singapore, Cambodia, Dubai and Oman. Within our country, from 10 states: Tamil Nadu, Goa, Maharashtra, Gujarat, Odisha, Assam, Chandigarh, Himachal Pradesh, Delhi and different universities from Karnataka. Over 180 registrations till now, and it is still continuing. It is a matter of pride for me that I got an opportunity to deliver the welcome address on this occasion. I cordially welcome Dr. P. Giridhar Kini, Registrar Mahe, Manipal, who has kindly consented to inaugurate this conference besides his busy schedule. Welcome you, sir. I wholeheartedly welcome today's keynote speaker, Mr. Jairam BK. His formal introduction will be done separately, but I wish to share a few words about him. He holds 2 master's degrees, one from the most prestigious Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, and another from the world-famous Massachusetts Institute of Technology, UA. Welcome you, sir. I cordially welcome Dr. Devidas S. Naik, Principal of MGM Evening College, who leads from the front to motivate all of us to carry out all the unique activities. Welcome you, sir. I welcome Mrs. Malati Devi, Principal of MGM PU College, who renders all the support for all our activities. Welcome you, madam. I extend a hearty welcome to Shri T. Rangapai, Director of Shri T. Mohandas Pai Skill Development Institute, who has the unique experience of working with his uncle, our founder, Brahma of Manipal, Dr. T. Pai. Welcome you, Rangma. I welcome Professor Shailaja H., Head of the Department of Physics and IQAC Coordinator, who has associated with us in this conference. Welcome you, madam. I extend my hearty welcome to Professor Jyoti Alfonso, Coordinator for all the conferences and seminars of our college, for being with us. Welcome you, madam. I welcome Professor Pavitra K., co-convener of the conference, who has been toiling very hard along with the colleagues of our computer science department in shaping this conference. Welcome you, madam. I also cordially welcome Ms. Nandini Jairam, an expert in AI and wireless networks, Professor Srinath Pai, who are participating as resource persons. Welcome you, madam and sir. I cordially welcome all the delegates, both from teaching fraternity and student community from various colleges, delegates from different companies and researchers for their active participation. Welcome you all. I extend my hearty welcome to the media persons, both print and electronic, for giving a wide publicity to this conference. Welcome you, sirs. I wholeheartedly welcome Dr. Jagdish Shetty, Director of RRC, Dr. Arun Kumar SR, invitees, my colleagues from all the 3 colleges, both teaching and non-teaching, and jewels of our college, my dear students. I welcome one and all presents. Thank you.
I request Professor Arun Kumar, Student Welfare Officer, to come to the dais. Sir, you have set the right note to the proceedings of the day by briefly giving us the overall picture of the conference. Thank you very much, sir. As a gesture of our warm hospitality, we now extend a floral welcome to our esteemed guest, symbolizing our deep respect and gratitude for their presence at this prestigious conference. I kindly request Dr. M. Vishwanath Pai to welcome all the dignitaries on the dais with class. To Dr. Giridhar Kini, Mr. Jairam, Dr. Manjaya, CA BP Varadrai Pai, Professor Lakshminarayan Karan, Dr. Devidas S. Naik, Professor Jyoti Alfonso and to Ms. Pavitra. Thank you, sir. I request Professor Rajamurthy Rao to welcome Dr. M. Vishwanath Pai. Thank you, sir. Shubham Karoti Kalyanam Arogyam Dhana Sampadam Shatru Buddhi Vinashaya Deepat Jyoti Namostute. It's the auspicious time to inaugurate the conference with the lighting of the lamp. I request our inaugurator, Dr. Giridhar Kini, to inaugurate the conference by lighting the lamp. May I request all the dignitaries to join. Late Dr. T.M. Pai. Thank you all. Now I call Ms. Sushma Bangira, Department of Computer Science, to introduce our inaugurator, Dr. P. Giridhar Kini.
A warm good morning to one and all present here. It is my great honor to introduce Dr. P. Giridhar Kini, Registrar Manipal, Mahe Manipal, who has inaugurated this international conference on AI from theory to impact. Dr. P. Giridhar Kini is an innovative leader and a professor in the Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering at MIT Manipal. Dr. P. Giridhar Kini holds a BE in Electrical and Electronics Engineering and MTech in Engineering Management, both from MIT Manipal, Mangalore University, and PhD in Energy Management from Mahe Manipal. His expertise spans energy management, electrical machinery, power quality, and photovoltaic systems.
With over 24 years of experience, Dr. P. Giridhar has made significant contribution to both academia and administration. He began as an assistant professor at MIT Manipal, serves as an associate professor at Manipal University, Jaipur, and has been a professor at MIT since 2013. Beyond teaching, his administrative role have included head of the department, electrical and electronics, Manipal University, Jaipur, associate director of industrial liaison, the placements and practice school, MIT Manipal, and director admissions, Mahe Manipal. Currently, as registrar of Mahe Manipal, he plays pivotal role in the governance and administration of the university. Sir, your presence at this international conference is a true privilege to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sushma. Sir, I request you to address the gathering.
Thank you. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, faculty members, dear students, delegates of the international conference, speakers who are also present online. A very good morning to all of you. It's an absolute honor for me to be here, to be a part of this conference on artificial intelligence theory and impact. And I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to be a part of the inaugural function. We are a lucky generation wherein we have used or seen or transitioned from natural intelligence to artificial intelligence. And we have also witnessed the birth and the growth of it. Whereas all of you are lucky enough to be witnessing the expansion of the artificial intelligence, and not just that, the many opportunities that create for various careers. Now AI is transforming our life, it is touching our life in various aspects. From the way we think, we communicate, we understand, to more about how we utilize AI in our day-to-day life. It also helps us to address the various global challenges and also envision the future in various areas like business, education, energy, finance, manufacturing, healthcare, retail, transportation, etc., and many more. Now this artificial intelligence plays a very pivotal role in driving innovation and progress. More so, the machine learning algorithms are learning at an unprecedented rate. The autonomous systems are beginning to redefine the boundaries of what is possible and what is impossible. And most importantly, the neural networks, or neurons, so to speak, are mimicking the human cognition and becoming more and more closer to human interaction. As we progress and find newer and newer applications for use of artificial intelligence, we must be careful in the use, especially in the areas of ethics, social and economic implications. The artificial intelligence, no doubt, has a tremendous potential in solving our basic and common day-to-day problems. It could even go to complex problems such as climate change or even, as I said, the daily problems of healthcare. As we gather here, let us take this opportunity to engage in a meaningful dialogue, share whatever knowledge we have so that it benefits all around us, and build bridges across disciplines. I'm sure that the paper presentation sessions, online and offline, and the deliberations that follow will have a meaningful impact and enhance the value of the conference and spread the knowledge, the meaning, the applications, and most importantly, encourage all of us for a meaningful research towards making a positive impact. I'm glad to know that you have a very diverse nature of participation nationally and internationally, and more happy that students' papers are part of this. Please note that as you progress to the next level, from the bachelor's to the master's, this kind of conference participation, organization, all these will really help you in improving your participation skills, your soft skills basically, whenever you get the next opportunity to do the same kind of activity. I congratulate all the organizers for putting up this event, and most importantly request all of you to see artificial intelligence as an enabler, not a dependency, as an enabler and an opportunity for the greater good. Wishing the event all success. Thank you very much for the opportunity and happy learning.
Thank you, sir, for your informative speech. Indeed, you have shared some of your valuable thoughts on AI and ML and triggered our interest on this topic. We are in fact lucky to have presence of Mr. Jairam at this conference today. Mr. Jairam will now enlighten us about the thrust areas of our conference. Sir.
It is a pleasure to be here as the keynote speaker. You will hear me talk about the historical backgrounds of artificial intelligence and its impact over time. And I thank the organizers for this opportunity to be present here and share my insights and my knowledge. Looking forward to my upcoming presentation later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Manjaya DH is a highly sought after expert in AI, and we are delighted to have him with us today. I request Ms. Surabhi, Department of Computer Science, to introduce Dr. Manjaya DH to the gathering.
Good morning, everyone. It is my great honor to introduce Dr. Manjaya DH, a distinguished scholar and an influential figure in the field of computer science. Born on January 20, 1967, Dr. Manjaya has built a remarkable career characterized by academic excellence and innovative research. He holds a Bachelor of Engineering degree in Computer Science from Government BDT College of Engineering, Davangere, and a Master of Technology from the National Institute of Technology, Suratkal. Dr. Manjaya earned his PhD from Mangalore University, where his groundbreaking work on design
Thank you, sir. We are incredibly fortunate to have Mr. Guruvaidya with us today to share his insights on how Adobe is shaping the next generations of digital tools. Now I request Ms. Likita ma'am to introduce today's guest.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is my privilege to introduce Mr. Guruvaidya, who is a digital media solution leader at Adobe with over 14 years of experience specializing in generative AI, 3D AR or VR, and leading digital innovation teams. He has transitioned from user to a trainer and then to a technical evangelist, playing a key role in launching various Adobe and Autodesk products in India. Guru sir has worked on numerous films and TV projects and contributed to access to Adobe solutions. He is an Adobe certified expert in Premiere Pro, an Autodesk certified instructor, and holds certifications in Pixar RenderMan and Design Thinking. He is presently working as a solution consulting practice manager at Adobe. We are indeed honored to have him with us today. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Guruvaidya.
Thank you, ma'am. It is with a great pleasure that we now extend a warm and fragrant welcome to our esteemed guest, Mr. Guruvaidya sir, through floral welcome. Jayanti ma'am will now come forward to present a rose. Thank you. Now I would like to hand over the proceedings over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I prefer to stand and present. Helps me with make the presentation more energetic for everybody. So forgive me, I'll be all over the place during this presentation. So my goal today is to make everybody here an AI expert, or at least I'm going to share on how Adobe created our own GenAI. How many of you have heard of Adobe, first of all? Okay. How many of you have heard of Firefly, Adobe Firefly? Few hands? Okay, perfect. No worries. I'll share more on what Firefly is and what are we doing with it. But before I start, first thing I want to know now, many of you, I noticed there are many students in the audience, so you might not be able to relate to this, but back in the 80s, 1980s, when I was a student, there used to be a game. It's called Green Goblins. It's still, right now obviously it's been quite some time since the game has, seen any updates or anything, but it used to be a game where all you had to do was predict. You see there are 4 green dots here. Your job in the game is to predict where the other dot, the missing dot, is going to be. And the way that this game worked is you typed a little, so it was a good way to learn algebraic equations. So you could type an equation, it would plot a dot there, and then it will, and then that's how you play the game. Any guesses from here? Where do you think the dot should be? You can point at the screen or just yell out, where do you think it should be? Any guesses? Backbenchers? Where do you think the green point? There's no right or wrong answer, just mention anything loud. Where do you think the green point should be as per this, if you see this graph? Yes? Okay, where 6 is? Yeah? Okay? Is that what you guessed? And how many of you guessed that? Congratulations, you are now an AI. Because at the very crux of what AI is doing is it is predicting what will come next. That is essentially what AI is. Right? Now you can take this function, make it more, anyway, so that is what generative AI, and that is where a lot of the applications like ChatGPT, Adobe Firefly, Midjourney, Solar, all of these different AI platforms are based on the same principle of predicting numbers, and I'll get into more in a little bit. So let's look at how this works under the hood. Now I showed you, now let's say I give in the previous example I had like 4 dots already on the graph, so it was easier for you to predict. But let's say I want to train an AI. So I will tell the AI, okay AI, here is my graph. Now you tell me where the next point will come. And sure enough, the AI will say, oh maybe this is the point. And many times, the AI will get things wrong. Shocker. But AI, the first time, AI is going to get things wrong. Like right now, that is the wrong answer. And that is where training comes into play. If you ever heard of training the LLM models and all of that, that is what training does. It helps correct for whatever delta there could be in the error. So now I can see that that is the wrong point. So I tell the AI, hey, that is actually the right point. And then I ask again, can you predict now, based on the information, where do you think the next point would be? And again, it would say, possibly based on the information that it has, it will guess that maybe that is the right point. But then again I say, no, AI, that's not the right point. The point is that. So you've got it wrong. Then again I have to train the model to deviate for that delta in the function curve and say that that is what the right point. And if you do this again and again and again and keep training the model on what is the right answer, it'll finally look something like this, and it'll start to plot points that are more predictable. So this is a very simplistic way of explaining how AI generally works. Now let's put this to, let's try and find out, okay, how does something like a ChatGPT or a diffusion model like Firefly, how does that work? And this technology, by the way, is not new. This game, or rather this concept, was introduced in the 60s, 1960s. So why now, after so many years, are we seeing so much of AI everywhere? Three main reasons. First is, before I get into that, so while I showed you how we can create straight lines, we can also use some little more complicated functions and create a plot of lines, a plot of points in a curved form as well. And if it's in the curved form, we can also say that, hey, here's X and here's Y, now you predict Z, and then I can get it in the 3-dimensional. So I can make this as complicated as I want. I can get AI to predict different types of complicated curves, different types of functions in order to get what I want. Right? That was what this was. But this is still simple. Let's kind of go a little more deeper now. So there are three things that happened which made all of this possible. One is the compute. With cloud computing, anybody, even you sitting right here in Udupi, with a simple PC at home, you can connect to AWS, you can connect to Azure and use a lot of the cloud computing that's available. You don't need to have those servers in your house or in your office anymore. It's a lot of scale is possible because of cloud computing. This wasn't there 60 years ago, but today there is, right? So that was one of the reasons why we are seeing a huge, and it's a lot, the most important point is it's a lot cheaper today. Compute is a lot more cheaper today than it was back in the 80s and 70s. So that's another reason why we are seeing this huge influx towards Gen AI, because it's a lot more affordable now. It's still expensive, don't get me wrong, but it's more affordable than at least 20, 30 years ago. Second thing that happened is the transformer model or architecture. This was something that Ashish Vaswani et al. At Google released a paper called Attention is All You Need. I think this was in 2009, I think. Don't quote me on that, but I think somewhere around that time is when they had released this paper called Attention is All You Need. It's a paper, you will get it on any scientific publisher online. And you can read that paper. And that paper talks about an attention-based transformer, which is what all ChatGPT and of course now there's been a lot more evolution of that model from what it used to be, but essentially that is what changed a lot of things. And the third thing is somebody smart figured out these diffusion models. This is another reason, because of the diffusion models, we're able to create a lot of digital media. We can create images, we can create video, we can create audio, 3D, again all because of the diffusion model, and that is also the key thing. So these are the three things that made Gen AI possible today and more affordable to work on. Compute, the transformer architecture, and the diffusion model. Transformer architecture is still used for things like ChatGPT, Claude, all of these guys use the transformer architecture. Everybody doing media, images, video, 3D, use the diffusion model there to do that. So let's now talk a little bit about how these models are trained. Let's say we want to build a language model, okay? The first, and what I want the language model to do is very simple. I'm going to give it a line like this. The quick brown fox jumped, and then I'm going to say, model, you predict the rest of the line. And that is what I'm going to do. Now, obviously these models are based on functions, and functions need numbers. They don't understand language. So what I can do is I can say, okay, you know what? For every English word out there, or every English character, I want to give a number, a random number. And as long as you keep that number consistent, that's all that the model needs. And so if you look here, the quick brown fox jumped. You'll see there are numbers, 37, 492, 293, 41, 56. The numbers are right here, below it. Now these are the numbers that I have assigned, I've given it. Now I'm going to tell the model, now you predict what the next line is going to be. And of course it's going to get it wrong. It's going to give me some random gibberish. Quick brown fox jumped, flower, rose, water, whatever random word. Right? It's not going to make sense. And so that is when we have to train the model. So when I come back here, I'm going to come to the model, and if you see, after you train it again on now obviously these transformer models are trained on large quantity of data. There's like trillions and trillions of, most of the training happens based on the internet. It's the human representation in a documented format across the internet, right? So a lot of models are trained on that, and if you consistently train it again and again, it will finally give you the result over the lazy dog, which is the right answer. So that is how these prediction engines work. So it's a part of assigning what we call key value pairs for each of the queries that you have, and then you assign different numbers, and then you train it again based on what the right answer is, and then if you train it enough, at some point it will be able to predict more accurately, like in this case. And that, at the very crux, is how LLMs generally work today. Now, what about images? Now, images also, if you think about images are made up of pixels. Pixels can have an RGB value. So there could be numbers there that we can use, and we can use those numbers, again, just like in that green dot example earlier. Use the numbers, train the model on the numbers, and then ask it to predict the rest of the numbers, and that is essentially how we do things for images also. But images are a little different. I'm simplifying it a lot. There's a lot of complicated math that goes into defining these numbers for each of those pixels and all, but I'm just simplifying it. Now with images, what happens is, when you take an image, let's say of a smiley face, and you assign these, let's say numerical values to it, and train it, and then you ask, then somebody smart figured out that, hey, if I can take my original image and apply some noise to it. So you see, this was the original image here, and now what I've done is I've applied some noise to it. Noise could be any form of, any form of distortion to the pixels in this way. And if you assign any noise to it and ask the LLM to recreate the image, it can still create the image. It can complete the rest of the image on its own. That was something fascinating that was discovered, that you could do that. Another fascinating thing someone very smart discovered is that if I take a noisy image also, completely noise, there's absolutely no detail in it, and ask the LLM generate a good-looking image. What's fascinating is, even then, it generates an image. It might not be the right image. We wanted a smiley face, but it generated an ice cream. But it can still generate an image. And that is what is fascinating. That was the big insight on how these diffusion models work today. When you type a prompt in MGM or DALI or WhatsApp, what is that, Meta AI, it's the same thing. But we still haven't got the result that we want. Our prompt was to create a smiley face, but we got an ice cream. So what we've done, not only we, I think most of the platforms also are doing the same thing, is we train another AI. We train another AI to check and see if what this AI has generated, is it right or wrong, is it matching, right? So we create another AI and say that, hey, this is what the prompt was, okay? That is what the image was generated. Does it match with the prompt? There's another AI that's looking at this, doing adult supervision of our AI. Because the initial AI is only generating random stuff. Something needs to nudge it, to correct it, to generate the right content based on your prompt, which is a smiley face. So now what happens is, it checks again, does it match? And then once they say, oh, it's about 85% there. So which is why you see the initial models of AI had like hands were not proper, sometimes faces are not very clear, eyes are distorted and all that initial models, because the success ratio was very low, the matching ratio was quite low, but now it's getting better with more training and all of that. So that 85% may be around 90-95% now with the amount of optimization that's gone into it. So we have another AI, coming back to this, so there's another AI that is going to correct this. So now what we do is, we say that, hey, here is what our prompt is. So it takes a noisy image, again, completely noise-based image, put it through the first AI to generate an image. The second AI is also looking at the generation, and every time it's going over the topic or going beyond the requirement of the prompt, it will nudge it to correct it, course correct it, and generate the right image. And that is how, and all this happens in terms of, for Adobe, we are at about 8 seconds per generation. So all of this happens in the span of 5 to 8 seconds. All of this, comparing, generating from noise, and then course correcting using the other AI. That, ladies and gentlemen, is essentially how Gen AI works, right? That's a very simplistic way in which it works. At Adobe, we have a whole team of AI scientists who are constantly working on how to optimize it, how to get the key value pairs accurately, and how to structure the data and all of that. There's a lot of work that goes into it. But this essentially is how Gen AI actually works. Now that we've seen how it works, let's look at some applications of Gen AI. So many of you might have heard about Adobe Firefly. And Adobe Firefly is a stack of different Gen AI models for imaging, stock, templates. Very soon you'll hear about video as well. We are also now doing PDF summarization for documents and things like that. And all of this is trained on our own proprietary data. So we do not scrape the internet. We don't like what MidJourney is doing or any of our competitors are doing. We don't scrape the internet for images. We train our model on images that we have the copyright to, which is our Adobe stock portfolio. And that's what we use to train our model. So now, just to give you an idea, for those of you, I saw some of you raise your hands when I asked if you've seen Firefly. For those of you who have not seen Firefly, this is what Firefly looks like. You can type in a prompt and then it generates things for you. But then we realized that creative folks want more control, because nobody wants to be a prompt engineer. Nobody wants to spend too much time crafting the right prompt, especially if you're doing creative work. So we said, why don't we give some more control to the user? What if, for example, we could give a reference image? So for example, here in the next slide, if I click on style reference, I can take a reference shot and say generate an image similar to that reference shot. So you see I have this, but here you see I have this guy with a mohawk kind of hair, but it's only referencing the style. The style meaning what is the color hue values here, what is the overall tone of the image, and based on that you see all of these images have a certain tone. They have the same style in terms of lighting and all of that when they're generated, these images. But what if I wanted to also copy the structure of the image? I wanted it to be not just style, I wanted to take the composition of that image as well. And that is where the structural reference comes into play. So if you look up there, there's an option called structure reference, where I can take a structure, like an image, and say now generate similar looking images. Now it is not looking at the style, it is looking at the structure. What is the structure? There's a guy, profile shot, it's got a mohawk kind of hairstyle, and so all of my renders then will have that same structure reference. So this is how we are giving more control to the user so they don't have to depend on having the right prompt every time. Make sense? Okay. Alright. So we introduced a new model. I told you things are getting better and better as time goes on. We are already, it's been almost a year since we launched Firefly, and we're already on image model 3. We've got 3 versions of Firefly that's come out. And what's new in the 3 versions, the image model 3? Better quality. This is the older version right down here, and you can see the newer renders up there. And you see the quality, the detail of the generations are getting a lot more better. When we are looking at, for example, illustrations, so you could give a reference, for example, this was a reference that was given, and create stylized output, so you can create more stylized illustrations based on the references that you're providing. Again, giving more control to the end user. We don't want to replace people with AI. It is going to harm our own business if we replace people, because people buy Photoshop, they work on it, the more users we have, the more revenue for us. Why would we want to replace those users? So our goal is how do we give our own users more control in using GenAI, and that is where all of this is coming into play. Another thing you can see, even quality-wise, we are doing hands and everything a lot more better, faces are generating a lot, the quality is a lot more better than before, so we've improvised on that. You can also have a lot of creative control in terms of lighting, different lighting kind of scenarios like this gobo light that you see here. So you can put in a lot of those photographic terminology can be used in your prompts again to get more accurate results. Even in terms of fantasy creation like this, having a rainbow bear playing a guitar, things like that, you can see there's a lot more predictable results, and the quality is also far more improved than before. And then again we have style reference here, taking a sketch and then creating multiple versions of the artwork, which would have taken like days to do earlier. Now you can just do it like immediately within seconds. Furthermore, this is again comparing image model. If you look on top, that's the image model 2. Notice the lines are not straight, the fingers are messed up. Image model 3, straighter lines, better fingers, better quality in terms of output, predictability. All of this has improved now with the new image model, and we are constantly improving it day by day to make it better and better in each passing day. So now let's look at a shot, for example, how our customers are using this in real world scenarios. So let's say I'm a marketing manager at this, we make these tote bags, and I've got to now, let's say I've got this tote bag, it's come from our factory, it's come to our office, but now I need to put it on our website. Why do I need to put it on our website? So I can sell it immediately. In the past, I had to go maybe to our own internal creative team or an external team in order to get this created. That turnaround time is maybe I don't have that much time. I can't spend spend maybe a week to wait until the creative. So how can a marketing person who's not coming from a creative background create something that can be worth putting up on their website or marketplace? So let's see how that's done, right? So as you can see, I've got a bunch of these bags that I need to take to market. When I say take to market, I mean create a nice looking image that I can sell on Amazon, Flipkart, and all the different marketplaces that are out there. So how do I do that? So I come into Firefly here, and in Firefly, I'm going to say generate. I want the image to be as if it's in a city, in a metro. I'm targeting this bag for metro users, let's say. So I wanted a city kind of background with a wooden plank in the front. But where's my product? My product is not here, my bag. So let's bring the bag in. So one of the new things that we added is the ability to bring your product shots in. So here, I have my bag, photo of my bag. So I'm going to bring that in here. But the bag has got a background on it. I don't want this background because I want to use this background. So what I can do is click on remove background here again to remove that background, so it's just the bag. So now if I remove that, see the bag, I'll just have the bag. I'll take the bag, say confirm, put it in my shot where I want it to be. It looks like it's hovering in the air right now, so let's bring it to the ground by selecting it and moving it. Now obviously, if this bag is in this environment, it should cast some shadows down here. It should have a little bit of a reflection, right? The lighting should match. So let's see, all I'm going to do is come in here and click generate, and then you will now see that Firefly will composite that bag onto that background right there. But now, okay, then I show this to my manager and she goes like, oh no, this is too metro. This bag is meant for luxury. It's meant for people who are ready to spend obscene amount of money on bags. So we need to change the background a little bit. Not a problem. In the past, if I'd done a photo shoot, I'd have to go back to the photographer, find the location, spend another $100,000 or so in order to get the shoot done. But now what I can do is, again, just come here, select that, move it to the side, and I'm going to change the prompt here to add a luxurious background, a ballroom with a marble floor. And you see that? That is the prompt. Apologies, it's a little hard to read at the back, but the prompt was have a luxurious ballroom with a marble flooring. And so you see here I have a marble flooring and there's a background of a ballroom. And you notice there are reflections of this object. It's composited into the particular, it looks as if it's a photo shoot, but you and I know this wasn't a photo shoot. We just did this with a couple of clicks, right? This is what is happening now in terms of doing product placement or merchandising this way. So now what I can do is, I've created one bag, so now I'm going to get my team to work on the other bags. But in order to do that, I can save this prompt as a what we call style kit, and I can share this style kit with my team. And then when my team comes in and they look at all the other bags that they need to add, again they just come and pick the style kit that I had created earlier, and all they have to do is replace the bag. So they select the bag, select another bag here, and now this is a blue bag here, for example, and confirm, again remove the background, confirm it, the bag is right there, again just click, position it rightly, click generate, and voila, you have the bag in all the different environments. It's as simple as that, right? So now, furthermore, what I can do is, I can do this for the rest of the bags that are available, that are in the portfolio, like this one. Again, do the same thing, remove background, confirm, place it in the right spot, click generate, and voila, our photo shoot is complete in a matter of seconds, right? How does this impact this business? This impacts the business because now, as the bag company, I can now sell my products a lot more faster in market. Maybe my competitor is about to release the same bag, but I will have an edge because I am going to put it faster on Amazon or Flipkart and start selling them before my competition. This is the kind of edge that now GenAI is giving a lot of brands out there. So similarly, as you can see, we've created different backgrounds for each of those bags, right? Here's another example of, this is actually a live example. There's a brand in India that's going to be launched next year in London Fashion Week. We are working with them to create some sort of a teaser. So here, for example, I have, this is the necklace that needs to be. So you notice I've taken the necklace and used that in here in order to, again, all the virtual photo shoot. No need, all these models are all digital. They're not real life people. They're all digital models that I've taken this necklace and put this on the digital model, as you can see here, right? So imagine the amount of time, money you're saving as a brand by not having to take a photo shoot, book a studio, do a lot of post-processing and all of that, right? Here's another example from my team. Alicia, she made these sketches. So she made this sketch here on pen and paper, scanned it, and used Firefly to fill it up. So you can give a sketch and say create a nice looking output from it, and you can see the kind of output that it creates, right? Just using a sketch. Here's another example. Again, taking a sketch, giving it a simple prompt, gold jewelry with isolated clean background, and you can see how it creates different versions of that sketch for you. Again, saving a lot of time for creative folks in order to do this. So this is how we put together this campaign here for this brand. So you notice many of the images there are all generated images that we have used here, completely generated in GenAI, in Firefly. Here's another example for maybe an apparel company, and so you notice how, again, we don't have, maybe we didn't do a photo shoot. I don't need to do a photo shoot. I can generate a smart looking Indian guy wearing a shirt like this. But wait a second, that's not our shirt. I want our shirt to be on this model. How do I do that? So now, one of the things that we added here inside of Photoshop is, this is Photoshop. So in Photoshop now, I can bring that model here. This is again a generated model. And I can replace this shirt with my catalog of shirts that I want to sell in the market. How do I do that? So, just hit play. Bigesh, can you just hit play on this? It should play this. Yeah. Thanks. So you can see here, I've got this option selected, roughly selected the body. Now here's my different shirts that I want to place on this guy. So in Photoshop now we have an object called, we have a feature called object reference right there. So I can take a reference shirt and say that, hey, GenAI, I want you to add that shirt on this model. And then I select it, and then voila, I now have that shirt on that model. And then I can replace any of the shirts that I have and put them onto the model this way. So imagine how much time, if you're an apparel company, how much time you're going to save to take your products to market a lot faster, rather than waiting for the shoot to be done and all of those things, right? So these are the different examples or ways in which a lot of our customers around the world are using GenAI in different capacities. Now, the last thing I want to talk about here is, so far, a lot of these GenAI platforms are trained on data that is, in our case, it's our own stock data. But what if you have some of your products that you want to train our model on? So one of the new things that, for example, this company called Tapestry, they work with the likes of Coach, Kate Spade, Stuart Weitzman. These are all, they make women's tote bags and all of that. Coach, I think, is very popular. How many of you have heard of Coach? Some people have, okay. It's a big brand and they do a lot of work. So they wanted to use Firefly to ideate on newer versions of the bag. So Coach usually makes things like accessories, footwear, and things like that. And they have this shoulder bag, like here. And they wanted to know if they can create variations of just from an ideation concept to conceptualize on newer bags. So what they did was, they took their custom. So generally what happens is, if you say, give me a tabby handbag made of shearling fluffy material, it will give you any random bag. This is not the bag that Coach made. But what you can do is, you can take some of those images of the Coach bag, train our model. Our model requires around 10 to 30 images. You can take those bags, train the model, and then you can say, okay, now give me this, imagine this bag which is covered in shearling fluffy material. What would that look like? And then GenAI generated images like this. So these are all images that were generated. Notice that it has that shearling kind of fluffy material. And then finally Coach this bag, and they're currently now selling it for $250 on the Coach website. So this product completely came from GenAI, conceptualizing, using that as an ideation method for new products. So this is another use case which a lot of customers are looking at in order to generate certain images like this. We have another customer in the pharma space who deals with skin diseases. It's very hard to get models to model with a certain skin disease. So they are training our model on different skin diseases and generating images of people with those skin diseases in a very aesthetic manner so that they can use them in brochures and things like that. So a lot of use cases. So this bag eventually, so this is what the commercialized final bag looks like, and this is what Adobe Firefly had generated from their custom model thing. So you see, it's not very far off from what was eventually made and sold. So this is a good example of how, if you're ideating on maybe the next electronic vehicle or maybe the next supersonic jet, you could use this as a way to get different ideas for the style of the product and things like that, and ideate on it. And here are some additional concepts that they had worked on to create variations. Again, multiple variations of the bag in this way. And so finally, one thing that's very important, I think, today in the whole AI landscape is around accountability. I think, so Adobe feels if we are making the solution and putting it out there, we want to make sure there's no societal harm. We don't want you to create pictures of Donald Trump or the Pope wearing Gucci or anything of that sort. We don't want that. So we've completely put enough controls in place to make sure that you cannot create anything that is going to be harmful to society. So we feel responsible that, as a tool maker, it is our responsibility to make sure that, you don't use this for any societal harm. Like, I don't know how many of you knew that you can't open currency like 100 rupee, 500 rupee note in Photoshop. It won't allow you to do that. We have enough controls. We put it because we feel it is our responsibility as a tool maker to ensure that whatever technology we are putting out there, that we are responsible towards what people create with it. So that's very important. And so we have an AI ethics review board internally, and they are looking at every single product that we are making in terms of Gen AI, and wherever they see that, hey, there could be some societal harm, maybe some terrorists could use it, or some ill will of society, immediately we put a stop to it or change our direction or course correct in terms of what we do. The second thing is responsibility. So like I said, we feel like we are responsible for everything that's out there. So what we are doing is, and you saw the results, it's getting very realistic now. It's going to be very hard for you to tell what is Gen AI and what is real anymore. So what we are doing is we are adding content credentials. Every time you generate an image in Firefly, we automatically add content credentials to it. So anybody, in your family or anywhere in the world wants to check, is this image generated image or is this a real image? They can go to content-authenticity.org, put your image in there and check. It will give you a complete kundali of your image. It will tell you which Firefly, which model was used to generate it, what steps were taken to generate it, everything is out there. So we're being very, very responsible with our content, and we are not the only ones. We have also open sourced this technology. So anybody, we are actually in talks with one of India's largest newspapers who are going to be using this to tag all of their content that is generated, will be tagged with content credentials. It's like when you go to the store, you have the nutrition label. You see the nutrition label when you go to the store, you buy any pack of biscuits or Pepsi or something, you find a nutrition label. This is something like that. It's a nutrition label for Gen AI stuff. And lastly, about transparency. If you check online and figure out how was MidJourney trained, which images were used to train MidJourney, you won't get an answer. What was used to train Solar, you might not get an answer there. But we have been very transparent. We have used our own images, which is our Adobe stock portfolio, and images from the internet where the copyright has expired, and those are the images that we've used to train our model. We're very transparent about it. What we also tell customers is, whatever you generate, we don't use that to again train our model. Neither your generation nor your prompt, the prompt that you're using, we don't use that also to train the model. So we're very, very, very transparent and clear about how we have put this into practice, all of these different tenets. So finally, what's coming ahead? What's coming next? So we are working more on how do we get more control to the artist? How do we give more control so that they don't have to become a prompt engineer? What controls can we add? So you'll see there'll be a couple of things we will be announcing in a couple of months now to show how we are adding more control to people who are generating content. Another thing that we're doing is quality. Obviously, you saw the difference in the image model 3. We are constantly striving on increasing the quality with each iteration, each version that comes out. Speed, like I said, right now we are at around 8 to 10 seconds per generation. Our goal is to bring that down to 1 or 2 seconds. And we are hoping to reach that goal soon. A lot of our engineers are hard at work to do that. And finally, now obviously once images are generated, what is a video? Video is nothing but a sequence of images. So the next thing that we're doing is we are working on video generation also. So we acquired a Bangalore-based company called Rephrase.ai. They created a lot of that, I don't know if you saw that Shah Rukh commercial for Cadbury, where it was personalized for each store. So we acquired that company, and now we're going to integrate many of their solutions into Premiere Pro, so that while editing you could extend your video. I have a small video about it, I'll play it at the end. And then we're also doing audio work, so you could generate audio, music, jingles, and so on and so forth. And then finally, we're also going to do things like translation. Maybe you recorded a video in English, you want to translate it into 10 different languages, and so we can use Gen AI to automatically match your voice, match your lip movement, but it will be in different languages, German, Spanish, and all of those. So that's another thing that we're currently working on. That you'll hear about soon. Lastly, I have this small video that showcases some of the possibilities of what our vision for video generation is. So can we just...
Adobe is using the power of generative AI to deliver the most advanced and precise editing tools ever in Premiere Pro. Let's take a look at some features coming soon powered by our new Adobe Firefly video model that'll transform how editors work. One common editing challenge is finding something in a shot you need to add or replace. The Object Edition feature in Premiere Pro, combined with Adobe's Firefly video model, lets you add or change objects in footage with a text prompt. Make a selection, write a prompt, and add anything you can imagine. These diamonds were created by the Firefly video model currently in development. And not only can you add objects, but you can easily remove them too. Object removal with AI-based smart masking makes selecting and removing objects across frames quick and precise. Here, this distracting utility box is removed with Firefly. Remove unwanted props, crew or gear, or copyrighted elements like brand logos. And with Premiere Pro, all your edits are non-destructive, so you can always get back to your original footage. When your clip is too short and you want to hold on a shot or a character for an extra beat, Generative Extend intelligently adds frames with Firefly, extending your footage, so you have the exact media you need. Like here, where we extend this shot of the woman a few frames. As we continue to innovate, we're committed to transparency through the use of content credentials. Now coming to Premiere Pro, so you always know whether AI was used in the creation of the media you're viewing. We can't wait to bring these Firefly-powered video editing workflows to Premiere Pro later this year. And there's more. We're excited to share our explorations around giving editors the choice to use models that work best with their footage. Here are some early examples of how third-party generative AI models could look within Premiere Pro, like Pika, powering Generative Extend to make a scene flow better. From OpenAI, here's an example of their Sora model, currently in early research, generating B-roll for any scene. Through simple text prompts, Sora creates variations for you to choose from. Here's the same use case now using Runway AI's video model, generating a new video clip and adding it to the timeline in a snap. Content credentials coming to Premiere Pro this year will always make transparent whether AI was used and what model was used in the creation of media. To recap, revolutionary features like Object Add, Remove, and Generative Extend, powered by the new Adobe Firefly video model, are coming to Premiere Pro. And we're excited to show early research explorations with our friends at OpenAI, Runway, and Pika, so editors have the freedom to use the best model for their project. It's Adobe Premiere Pro, supercharged by AI.
All right. So, I hope this gives everybody a good understanding of how GenAI works and what Adobe has been doing in GenAI. That was the end of my presentation. Happy to take any questions. Any questions if anybody has any?
Great presentation. Thanks. My name is Sitaram. I'm from a company called Pragashati. We are a retailer in Karnataka. I was trying to understand that, about the smiley thing. You showed me the second smiley, which can predict, right, how it will be with the noise also. The third smiley seemed to say correct thing. It was like a supervisory thing you said. Did I get it correctly? Can you go to the smiley slide? Is it possible?
Yeah, you can.
No, smiley. Initial thing, please.
Shall I do it? Or just? No, I'm not touching. Just exit it and maybe. Yeah, it should be at the very start.
Start, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yes.
I was not clear about, you were talking about the second supervisory model seemed to correct this thing you were saying. Can we go there?
So,
yeah. I was wondering, why can't we have the third one itself or the first itself? Why do we have to have the intermediary thing which will give a wrong notion? Yeah.
So the first model is using noise and it's just generating random images.
Correct.
Random. It's got nothing to do with the prompt.
Correct.
The second model has been trained on prompt and image pairs. This prompt means this image. And so there are like trillions of examples like that. The second model is trained on that. So the second model knows what the first model should be generating. So while the first model is generating random stuff, the second model will keep nudging it. Ki, nahi, don't put a curve here, do this.
No, let's come to the next one. Can you go to
Next.
Yeah. You are talking about supervisory thing, adult supervisory things and all thing you say.
What? Sorry?
Can you come back to the one more smiley thing was there?
Next. I think next.
Further.
Huh.
Further. Next one more.
I think that's it.
That's one. Then in the earlier case, you said that there is a supervisory model which corrects the
first model.
Correct. Now, can't we have the supervisory model trained continuously so that it will be the main thing I was trying to understand?
No, that's the thing. You, at least as of now, speaking, there are constant innovations happening around this. In fact, now I just recently read about there's a new model that's not even using the transformer architecture anymore. It's completely so there's constant innovation happening. But until now, if you're using a diffusion model, especially with noise, generating a lot of noise, there is no way to generate exactly what your prompt is. If that was the case, we wouldn't have needed the second one. But because of the nature of that architecture, the way that it's built, it's just, maybe in the future there might be a way to optimize it and generate something more predictable. But right now, this is the only way that we figured out to solve that problem.
Do you understand that Adobe primarily does only on audios, videos, images sort of thing, AI? Or does it go to anything on the healthcare and other fields?
No, we have a text-to-text generation which is within Acrobat. So let's say you open, I didn't show that today because I wanted to focus mostly on Play, but what we have done is we are using OpenAI, Azure OpenAI services, and when you open a PDF file, whether you open it in Adobe Reader or Adobe Professional Writer, what used to be Writer earlier, what happens is, as soon as you open it, you have two options. You can either generate a summary of the entire PDF, or you can ask questions about the PDF. Now, how is this different from what ChatGPT, Claude, and all the others are doing? What we are focusing on is only the PDF. We are very document-centered. We are not looking at the internet. If you say, here's my annual report, let's say, here's the annual report, find out how much revenue was generated in India, if you ask a question. Our model will check in the document to see if that information is there. If it is there, it will present that information to you, and it will provide attribution also. There will be a small bookmark. If you click on that bookmark, it will take you to which page in the PDF it is listed the revenue numbers. Now, if the PDF did not have revenue numbers at all, then the model will say that, hey, this information is not available. While as with ChatGPT and all the other models, Copilot, they are looking at all the data around the world, and one thing is they don't provide attribution many times. So you don't know if what is generated is that accurate, is that honest, or is it just hallucination? Yeah. So that is how we differentiate from it. So we are using, but it's not our own model. We have trained on proprietary data that we own, but the model is we're using OpenAI's Azure services within Acrobat. So that's the text-to-text generation there. And what we're doing further is, can we stop the recording? Can we stop that? No. I want to say something that's not publicly available as yet. I hope nobody recorded. So we are is it still? Text generating models will do that. Yeah, no, Firefly is only media, web, and any banners and things like that. That's what it is.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so you have shown the video altering and even extending it. So if I give a story, can you create an entire video for me?
That's, I think, not this year. Not this year is my answer. But I'd seen internal. Some of the engineering teams had released like the roadmap, and it's definitely on the roadmap. So imagine you give it a script. Can you create a storyboard for that entire script? Once a storyboard is made, that's just a reference for your video. So that will be, the evolution would be that eventually you will be able to. But I don't think that's happening very soon. See, one thing that you have to realize is this stuff is expensive like hell, which is why NVIDIA is now $1 trillion company, right? Because the amount of money that is spent, I read somewhere, OpenAI, I know that Adobe spends millions, I don't know what our daily spend is, but I know that I read somewhere OpenAI spends around $170,000 per day just on their operational requirements. And I think it's increasing by the day. And as these models get more and more bigger, the context length increases, like now with the new Grok that's come out recently, higher context, bigger context size, that means even more data, compute requirements. It's just going to get more and more expensive. So I know it's definitely on the roadmap, and I think the key thing is how well companies like Adobe, Midjourney, Google, how well we can optimize the training part to make it a lot more scalable and affordable. That's what it's come down to. I don't think we've cracked that as yet. Yes, sir.
I've got a set of photos in Facebook. It is a village photograph on Kerala. And it is taken with AI. Is it true how it is done? That is one question. Okay. Second question is this film stars, his name is Thomas, and so many film stars faces. We have Sannyas. But I've got Sachin Tendulkar. But police is taking you. So it is misuse of second. Please say one thing, this scenery, how it is done. The second thing is, if such is personality is one developed from dancing, it's all insulting.
It is. We totally agree with you. And one thing that I can guarantee to everybody, if you type in Firefly, if you type anything like a celebrity name, Donald Trump, Modi, or any Nehru, or any celebrity, it doesn't understand names, it doesn't understand celebrity names. It doesn't even understand brands. Like if you say, make me a cricket stadium with Coca-Cola logos on the stand. Our competitive products can generate that. Adobe Firefly will not generate. So we have made sure in your prompt, we check your prompt. If your prompt includes bomb, guns, or anything that's nefarious, immediately our filters will completely cancel it out. So it will not let you generate anything of that sort. Which is why we are very brand and commercially safe. Which is why there are brands out there that use Firefly because they know that they can trust it and it's not going to generate anything that's that can cause us.
The government of India has made any rules, regulations regarding this AI misuse and
no, I don't think so, sir. Right now,
the second one is
the images. So what if you train the model? So we have 300 million images on our stock, which we have copyright to in our stock repository, and those images will be images of Kerala, images of different types of images. So we've trained the model on all those images. So when
who has generated this type of photo? In your world, assume that there are hundreds of AI companies doing it. So this photo, who has generated?
So I can't talk about the others out there, but if Adobe has generated that photo, we have a website, content-authenticity.org. Okay? Any picture that you find that you think is a little suspect, go to content.authenticity.org and it's open to everybody. Drag your picture on there, onto that website. There's a place where you can drag the photo and it will give you all the information about which model was used, was Adobe Firefly used, where was Firefly, within Photoshop or was it on the web. So all that information will be available to you. So we are making it very clear, if you're using Firefly to generate it, we are, whether the user wants it or not, we are adding the content credentials to your file. That's it. There's no debate about that. But if a competitor is using it, some of our competitors are also planning to use, like Google just announced that they're partnering with us to apply these content credentials, but not everybody is using it. Meta is not using it. MidJourney is not. Maybe that image was generated on MidJourney. If you drag that image to our website, we will not be able to show you because they are not using our credentials to do that. But you're right. It's going to be a big challenge, especially with fake news and those kind of things. And people, I think a lot of people need to be a lot more aware. Sorry? It's the same thing. It's all creating, taking Donald Trump and making him wear a frock or something like that. So that's what it is. But every technology, there's going to be a good and a bad side to it. What we want to do is we want to see how well we can be responsible so that tomorrow, if let's say tomorrow you use Firefly and somebody on the road comes and says, hey, that's my photo, it looks like me in that, I'm dragging you to court now for copyright infringement. So then Adobe will step in and say, no, you can't do that because we have evidences to show that this image was generated using this in the back end, this training, this data set and all of that. So we are making sure that people using our technology are safeguarded from any kind of legal copyright related issues. But not everybody out there is doing that. Many startups are not really concerned about these things. They're concerned about getting product out as quick as possible so that people can use it. So they miss out on these things, unfortunately.
So thank you for the excellent presentation as well as a deep discussion on our present and future concepts. It was very informative and well organized. Over to Sheetal for a momentum presentation session.
May I now request Dr. M. Vishwanath Pai sir, HOD, Department of Computer Science, to present a memento to our resource person, Mr. Guru Vaidya, as a token of our love and gratitude. Thank you, sir.
As we have come to an end of the session, I request Pallavi ma'am to deliver vote of thanks.
On behalf of our college, I extend our sincere thanks to our resource person, Mr. Guru Vaidya, for showing us how Adobe's tools make design easier. Thank you once again, sir, for your inspiring and insightful session. Thank you one and all.
The next session will be followed by a tea break of 10 minutes and also a paper presentation.
Welcome to Mahatma Gandhi Memorial College, Udupi, an iconic institution in coastal Karnataka. Established in 1949 by the visionary philanthropist and Padma Shri awardee Dr. T.M.A. Pai, this college was created with a mission to provide value-based education to the youth of rural areas. MGM College has earned an A+ grade from NAC in its 4th cycle, highlighting its role in transforming the region into an educational and cultural hub. Situated on a sprawling 46-acre campus, MGM College continues to be a beacon of academic excellence and community growth. Department of Computer Science. Since its inception in 1987, the Department of Computer Science has stood as a beacon of excellence, drawing the brightest minds from across Karnataka. The department offers a spectrum of programs from the Bachelor of Computer Application, that's BCA, and Bachelor of Science in Computer Science, BSc in CS, to the Master of Computer Science, MSc CS. Over the years, the department has consistently produced skilled software professionals and successful entrepreneurs equipped to meet the ever-evolving demands of industry and society. The faculty members are well qualified and experienced, ensure the students to receive an education of the highest quality. Situated within the iconic Vajrasauda block, inaugurated in 2012, the department boasts state-of-the-art infrastructure. With fully equipped, meticulously maintained facilities, the department offers an environment that nurtures academic, research and extracurricular pursuits, fostering the all-round development of the students. On technical training, soft skills and aptitude development, the department prepares the students for the challenges of the professional world.
In connection with the Amrita Mahotsava program of MGM College, Department of Computer Science today is organizing international conference on the relevant topic called Artificial Intelligence, Theory and Impact. This is the burning topic today. CS department from the last several days has taken lot of effort in arranging this conference. Computer Science department is the nerve of our college, is the IT of our college. It has produced a number of IT graduates. They are all employed in different the industries and other academic sectors of the country. This seminar definitely helps not only the participants of this seminar, even outsiders also.
Hello all. Welcome to all the delegates to this international conference. I am very happy to tell you that we have registrations from 8 countries and 10 states. We have registrations from US, UK, Australia, Singapore, UAE, Oman, Cambodia and Canada. And in India we have, including our state, Tamil Nadu, Goa, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, Gujarat, Punjab, Himachal Pradesh and Assam. The today's most important event or topics are artificial intelligence and machine learning. So using these 2 topics, we have organized this particular international conference. About 40 papers will be presented in this conference in 2 days. And we have students as well as faculties from various places in this participating in this conference. I hope and wish them a pleasant stay in our campus.
This conference aims to bring together the academicians, practitioners, research scholars to discuss and showcase the cutting-edge advancements in artificial intelligence. We have received around more than 40 papers for presentation, and out of this 40 papers, 20 papers are from students, UG and PG students. And the delegates can participate in hybrid mode. Hope this conference will ignite the knowledge of the current trends and the future of artificial intelligence among our students. Take this opportunity to thank all those delegates and paper presenters for their contribution in our conference.
I am glad that the Department of Computer Science is organizing a two-day international conference in the concept Artificial Intelligence from Theory to Impact. I take this opportunity to congratulate the Principal and Department of Computer Science faculty for the organizing such a useful conference.
Let us wish this seminar a grand success.
I wish the conference a great success.
The department is dedicated to continuing this legacy of excellence, preparing the students for a future of limitless possibilities. The Department of Computer Science remains committed to nurturing the next generation of technology leaders, innovators and thinkers. We request to join us as we continue to shape the future of technology and society. Welcome to Mahatma Gandhi Memorial College, Udupi, an iconic institution in coastal Karnataka. Established in 1949 by the visionary philanthropist and Padma Shri awardee Dr. T.M.A. Pai, this college was created with a mission to provide value-based education to the youth of rural areas. MGM College has earned an A+ grade from NAC in its 4th cycle, highlighting its role in transforming the region into an educational and cultural hub. Situated on a sprawling 46-acre campus, MGM College continues to be a beacon of academic excellence and community growth. Department of Computer Science. Since its inception in 1987, the Department of Computer Science has stood as a beacon of excellence, drawing the brightest minds from across Karnataka. The department offers a spectrum of programs from the Bachelor of Computer Application, that's BCA, and Bachelor of Science in Computer Science, BSc in CS, to the Master of Computer Science, MSc CS. Over the years, the department has consistently produced skilled software professionals and successful entrepreneurs equipped to meet the ever-evolving demands of industry and society. The faculty members are well qualified and experienced, ensure the students to receive an education of the highest quality. Situated within the iconic Vajrasauda block, inaugurated in 2012, the department boasts state-of-the-art infrastructure. With fully equipped, meticulously maintained facilities, the department offers an environment that nurtures academic, research and extracurricular pursuits, fostering the all-round development of the students. On technical training, soft skills and aptitude development, the department prepares the students for the challenges of the professional world.
In connection with the Amrita Mahotsav program of MGM College, Department of Computer Science today is organizing international conference on the relevant topic called Artificial Intelligence, Theory and Impact. This is the burning topic today. CS department from the last several days has taken lot of effort in arranging this conference. Computer Science department is the nerve of our college, is the IT of our college. It has produced a number of IT graduates. They are all employed in different the industries and other academic sectors of the country. This seminar definitely helps not only the participants of this seminar, even outsiders also.
Hello all. Welcome to all the delegates to this international conference. I am very happy to tell you that we have registrations from 8 countries and 10 states. We have registrations from US, UK, Australia, Singapore, UAE, Oman, Cambodia and Canada. And in India we have, including our state, Tamil Nadu, Goa, Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha, Gujarat, Punjab, Himachal Pradesh and Assam. The today's most important event or topics are artificial intelligence and machine learning. So using these 2 topics, we have organized this particular international conference. About 40 papers will be presented in this conference in 2 days, and we have students as well as faculties from various places in this participating in this conference. I hope and wish them a pleasant stay in our campus.
This conference aims to bring together the academicians, practitioners, research scholars to discuss and showcase the cutting-edge advancements in artificial intelligence. We have received around more than 40 papers for presentation, and out of this 40 papers, 20 papers are from students, UG and PG students. And the delegates can participate in hybrid mode. Hope this conference will ignite the knowledge of the current trends and the future of artificial intelligence among our students. Take this opportunity to thank all those delegates and paper presenters for their contribution in our conference.
I am glad that the Department of Computer Science is organizing a 2-day international conference in the concept Artificial Intelligence from Theory to Impact. I take this opportunity to congratulate the Principal and Department of Computer Science faculty for the organizing such a useful conference.
Let us wish this seminar a grand success.
I wish the conference a great success.
The department is dedicated to continuing this legacy of excellence, preparing the students for a future of limitless possibilities. The Department of Computer Science remains committed to nurturing the next generation of technology leaders, innovators and thinkers. We request to join us as we continue to shape the future of technology and society. Welcome to Mahatma Gandhi Memorial College, Udupi, an iconic institution in coastal Karnataka. Established in 1949 by the visionary philanthropist and Padma Shri awardee Dr. T.M.A. Pai, this college was created with a mission to provide value-based education to the youth of rural areas. MGM College has earned an A+ grade from NAC in its 4th cycle highlighting its role in transforming the region into an educational and cultural hub. Situated on a sprawling 46-acre campus, MGM College continues to be a beacon of academic excellence and community growth. Department of Computer Science. Since its inception in 1987, the Department of Computer Science has stood as a beacon of excellence, drawing the brightest minds from across Karnataka. The department offers a spectrum of programs from the Bachelor of Computer Application, that's BCA, and Bachelor of Science in Computer Science, BSc in CS, to the Master of Computer Science, MSc CS. Over the years, the department has consistently produced skilled software professionals and successful entrepreneurs equipped to meet the ever-evolving demands of industry and society. The faculty members are well qualified and experienced, ensure the students to receive an education of the highest quality. Situated within the iconic Vajrasauda block, inaugurated in 2012, the department boasts state-of-the-art infrastructure. With fully equipped, meticulously maintained facilities, the department offers an environment that nurtures academic, research and extracurricular pursuits, fostering the all-round development of the students. Training, soft skills and aptitude development prepare the students for the challenges of the professional world.
In connection with the Amrita Mahotsav program of MGM College, Department of Computer Science today is organizing international conference on the relevant topic called Artificial Intelligence, Theory and Impact. This is the burning topic today. CS department from the last several days has taken lot of effort in arranging this conference. Computer Science department is the nerve of our college. It is the IT of our college. It has produced a number of IT graduates. They are all employed in different the industries and other academic sectors of the country. This seminar.
Hussain and Mr. Saban. Now I call upon the first presenter of this session, Aishwarya, with the paper title, Influence of Artificial Intelligence on Mental Health.
And these are the topics that we're covering in this session. As I begin, technology is better when it brings people together. This is the era where mental health issues are increasingly prevalent among people where they face anxiety and depression. So some innovative solutions are very much needed. As our paper focuses on two applications, that is Happify and United Daycare, because of its ease of use and round-the-clock service. The primary objective of our paper is to find out the stress level of mental well-being. As our survey mainly focused on these 4 categories, that is students, working professionals, and currently not working and retired people. As this is how our methodology has gone through. That is, for data collection we have used Google Forms, and for analysis we have used Microsoft Excel, and visualization is done through pie chart and bar graph. As we move on to results and discussion, we could say that these are the findings of our survey. Around 50% of people, they experience stress several times a week. And 43% of people, they experience stress daily, and only 6% of people, they never experience stress. And the common factor here is stress. This indicates that some stress management solutions are very much needed. As we move further, we could say that we could find out that around 79% of people are unaware of AI tools. And this vast negative response made us to make people aware that the United We Care and Happy Five could help them to overcome their mood. As this is the picturization of representation of Happy Five, and this is United We Care. And both application Happy Five and United We Care uses evidence-based approach. It listens and understands user input, where the Happy Five and United We Care provides you some set of questions. And as the user answers it, based on that, it will provide some assessment. And through that assessment, after the user completing the assessment, it provides some personalized scores to be generated. And one more speciality of United We Care is that it consists of a virtual AI tool, that is a virtual AI assistant called as Stella, where you can communicate with her in different languages. And one more speciality is we can see, she will redirect the user if the assistant could not help the user to answer some questions. It will redirect the user to clinicians. This result shows the complete ratio of our research. Around, as we started our creating awareness among the people, we created awareness to the people about the AI tools. First, they were like very hesitant to accept our suggestion, and later on they will be like, because of the privacy and concerns. And later, many people, they adopted it, and by experiencing some of the positive outcomes, they adopted the application. As I conclude, both of these platforms do not act as a predictor nor a detector. Instead, it acts as a stress companion to manage stress. As the future recommendation says, both applications will partner with researchers for more trials, and also it will incorporate health plans into wearable devices. The application ensures that the user will get right help at right time. So that's all. Thank you.
The nice presentation. We have done the survey, right? The survey, how many samples you have collected? What is the sample size?
Sample size is around 800 total.
Have you used this any algorithm, or this survey is used only to analyze? You have used Excel, right?
Yes.
Now, what is the use of Excel in?
Just we have converted the text, whatever the input we had, whatever the survey text we had got the answers, and that we had converted into numerical format. That is, we use pre-processing technique like frequency calculation.
How did you relate this? What is this survey and the artificial intelligence?
Like we wanted to know. Nowadays, people are
aware of artificial.
Like that's what, sir. We are nowadays people are having lots of stress, and whenever they discuss their problems with others, like sometimes people judge us when we tell our problems with them. So we thought that there will be some AIs also that will help them to lot of researching a lot, and then we came across with both applications.
And then you have made these the people who have interviewed, to whom we have given the questions to interact with the AI tool.
Yes, so we had made another survey form. In that, they were like many people were not, accepting our suggestion, and we just we both are using the same application. As we felt that is very some of the positive outcomes we could gain in that process, and then we told our friends to use it, and they were like, yeah, it is something interesting, and now we are getting the feedbacks.
Through survey, whatever you have collected, so you have converted it into numerical form, then you have analyzed it, yes. Or it is something like a sentiment analysis or
no, just we didn't use any sentiment analysis.
Okay, so survey content, whatever is that, so you converted it into numerical form, then analyzed.
Yes.
Fine.
Presentation. Next, I would like to call upon Rakshita with the paper title Predictive Analysis for Student Success, a Review. These are the contents of my presentation. I think we all agree that education plays an important role in everyone's life. It boosts confidence, improving personal growth, which is very important for student success. So, to predict student success, we use a technique called predictive analysis, which uses the past data of the students, such as grades and marks, grades, attendance and marks, to predict the future performance of the student. In the paper, we have included some machine learning techniques and application of AI in education. Our review paper presents various machine learning techniques such as artificial neural network, logistic regression analysis, decision tree, support vector machine, k-nearest neighbor, and explains how they are used in predictive analysis of student success through some examples. We considered data of 76,518 students in various undergraduate programs. The data was visualized using bar plot and pie chart, which showed that more than half of the students successfully completed the program, but the dropout rate was 33.1%, which shows that the students were struggling. To help more students succeed, we need to focus on these challenges and improve our support system. AI has many applications in various fields. In education, AI is mainly used for tutoring and assessment. These AI systems give personalized guidance and feedbacks, helping students to learn better. It also uses the student data to offer better support and improve learning. We have also mentioned some of the practical examples of how artificial intelligence is used in education. So these are some of examples. We have also included a real-life example of predictive analysis based on a case study. We studied a case study on Nottingham Trent University, which introduced a learning analytical tool called Student Dashboard in 2014. The dashboard helped students to track their progress and compare it with others. As a result, 27% of the students became more involved in the campus activities The dashboard also helped the tutors to better support students, and it saved their time. In conclusion, we can say that predictive analysis using artificial intelligence and machine learning is transforming the education. Models like decision tree, neural networks has predict student performance based on the past data. This allows schools to guide the students to improve their grades. As these tools improve, they will continue to play an important role in helping students succeed. This is all about my presentation. Thank you, one and all.
Yeah, actually. You have used the Kaggle data set. Yes. Have you analyzed that Kaggle data set, or got any results by using that data set? You have used any algorithms? You mentioned decision tree or regression, the naive classifier, or this you have mentioned in your paper. Have you used any of these algorithms to?
The data was used to visualize using pie chart and bar plots.
You have not used any machine learning algorithm to analyze that and predict the outcome? No. Okay. No, because you have taken around 79,000 records. How do you manage that missing values in those records, and cannot process it? You have not done any pre-processing? Okay, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Rakshita. Next, I would like to call Rakshita with the paper title Application and Challenges of Machine Learning in Healthcare, a review.
Good evening everyone. My name is Rakshita. I am here to present our review paper titled Application and Challenges of Machine Learning in Healthcare, a review. This paper was co-authored with K.R. Sanjana Hebbar. These are the contents of my paper. Machine learning is transforming healthcare by enabling more accurate prediction, diagnosis and optimized treatments. However, while the potential is enormous, there are also some of the key challenges that need to be addressed. First section of our paper consists of approaches and algorithms of the machine learning in healthcare. There are main three categories. First one is the supervised learning, in which the labeled data is used to train the model. Next is unsupervised learning. In that it identifies the pattern using the unlabeled data. Next one is the reinforcement learning. It learns the optimal actions through the trial and error. Next. In supervised learning, we have included both regression and as well as the classification algorithms. Some of them are mentioned here. Next, in unsupervised learning, the clustering is used to group the data based on the features. Then it can be reduced to number of the features which were important. It is mainly used in anomaly detection to detect the unusual patterns or behaviors. Next, reinforcement learning. It first learns through the interacting with the environment. Then it improves itself by receiving the feedback in the form of penalties or the rewards. The latter section of our paper include application of machine learning in the healthcare. As there are a lot of applications, we limited our study to only the 4 areas such as electronic health record, where the patient record can be maintained with the help of the ML methods, and medical imaging. CT scans and MRI techniques can also be aided with the help of the ML models. Next, disease prediction and detection. Certain diseases can be predicted using the ML models at an earlier stage. Next, fraud detection. To detect the fraud in the healthcare section, we can also use the ML models. Accordingly, we reviewed several research articles
mentioned here. EHR prediction, AnQK and his colleague developed a deep neural network to predict the post-stroke pneumonia within 7 and 14 days. They used attention augmented GRU model which provided the result of 92.8% to predict the pneumonia within the 7 days and 90.5% within the 14 days. Next in the medical imaging, Abbas Tuli compared the 3 different ML models such as decision tree, artificial neural network and support vector machine to predict the breast cancer recurrence. They found out that the SVM provided the best result with the accuracy rate of 95.7%. Next in the disease prediction, Stephen F. Young and colleague compared an established cardiovascular risk prediction algorithm with the 4 different ML models, where they found out that the ML improved the prediction accuracy. Next in the fraud detection, Nuzar Prova conducted a study for evaluating several ML models in which the stacking ensemble model outperformed the other models with the accuracy rate of 92.79%. Next section includes the challenges. The first one is the privacy and the data security. Protecting the patient data from the unauthorized access is also necessary, and the ethical consideration, avoiding the health disparities and biased treatment, and ensuring the transparency is necessary. Is also necessary. Next, the collaboration needed. Policymaker and healthcare providers and the tech companies must work together to provide the clear guidelines for the effective use of the ML in the healthcare. In conclusion, our review of research article highlights the key opportunities as well as the significant challenges of ML in the healthcare. ML models can be used to transform the patient care, and there is also importance for the collaboration among the healthcare professionals and the researchers for shaping the future of the ML application in the healthcare. That wraps up my presentation. Thank you all for their attention.
Which machine learning algorithm will give the better accuracy? We have listed so many algorithms: random forest, SVM, nearest neighborhood, name classification.
Different algorithms provides the different result in the different cases, sir. For breast cancer prediction, SVM prod is give the best result, like that.
Can you just elaborate on the fraud detection in healthcare, how it can be?
Means if the person is misusing the healthcare insurance, that can also be detected using the ML models.
Only insurance or any other factors in healthcare?
As we reviewed paper, we read that.
Fine.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rakshita. Next, I would like to call Nisha with a paper title Comparison of K-means, DB scan, Gaussian mixture using traffic data set.
Good evening, everyone. I am Nisha and I am here to present my research on comparison of the clustering algorithms, K-means, DB scan, Gaussian mixture models for traffic data, co-authored by Kavya. These are the contents of my presentation. Urban traffic challenge, managing urban traffic management is a significant challenge, especially with increasing traffic congestion impacting daily life and emergency services. And one approach for effective traffic management is through clustering algorithms, which helps to identify patterns and insights from traffic data. Our research focuses on comparing 3 popular clustering algorithms: K-means, DB scan, and Gaussian mixture model. For this study, we've used a data set obtained from Kaggle, which contains the attributes date, time, junction, number of vehicles, and vehicle the data set underwent pre-processing to standardize and convert data into numerical features. Methodology. First algorithm used was K-means. K-means is a centroid-based clustering method that uses Euclidean distance to assign data points to clusters. Using elbow method, and elbow method is used to obtain the optimal number of clusters, and we identified 3 clusters, each representing traffic patterns. The silhouette score was 0.22 and execution time was 0.79 seconds. While K-means is fast, it may have struggled with irregular shape of the data cluster since it assumes spherical data clusters. Next is DB-scan. DB-scan is a centroid-based, density-based method that handles noise and irregular clusters. However, it requires a careful tuning of parameters epsilon and minimum points. In our study, DB-scan identified 93 clusters with silhouette score of -0.82 and took about 3 seconds. The high number of noise points and poor clustering performance indicate that DB-scan was less effective in this context. Next is Gaussian mixture model. Gaussian mixture model is a probabilistic approach which performs soft clustering, allowing for overlapping clusters. Principal component analysis is used to reduce the data dimensionality, and the silhouette score obtained is 0.27 and execution time is 0.59 seconds. Compared to K-means, Gaussian mixture provided a better clustering quality with some overlap, which is more reflective of the real traffic conditions. Comparative analysis. While K-means might be fast, but it struggles with non-spherical clusters. DB-scan is good with arbitrary shapes and noise, but it is sensitive to the parameters. The parameter value chosen might affect the silhouette score. And GMM, on the other hand, balanced quality and execution time, which makes it a best performer in our case. So we recommend GMM for traffic congestion. Due to its balance of accuracy and execution time. K-means is fast but less effective in complex shapes. DB-scan is less effective due to its parameter sensitivity, and future work could explore hybrid approaches and real-time clustering for dynamic traffic management. These are the papers and textbooks we have referenced. Thank you.
The data set, what is the size of the data set? How did you handle those missing values? Were you reprocessing? You deleted the records, the rows.
Okay. Out of the 3 models, which is the best one? On what basis? Fine.
Thank you, Nisha. Next, I would like to call Soundarya with the paper title Understanding Database Models, a Comparative Review of Relation and NoSQL Approaches.
Good afternoon everyone, respected dignitaries, jury members and audience. My name is Soundarya. I am here to present a paper on the topic Understanding Database Models, a Comparative Review of Relational and NoSQL Approaches. I am going to explain these topics, so let us go through them one by one. So as we all know that initially data generation was limited because there was no mobile and web applications. But now the been changed because everyone is using mobile and web application. So on that time, instead of some limited, that means simple and manual data management process were there, but now relational model has been kept. But due to the unstructured data, this can't be handled with the help of the relational database system. So then there is a birth of non-relational database models. So this paper highlights the evolving landscape of data management, and it also highlights the features, architectures and limitations of these databases, and it also compares the database models, and it also helps the user to choose the right database for their application. And then problem statement. So each and every organization facing a challenge, that is choosing the right database for their application. So they are afraid of some cost and efficiency of their application. So choosing the right database is very, very essential. So this paper helps the organization to choose the right database for their application. So the main objective of this paper is to provide a comparison of SQL and NoSQL databases, and it also provides insights that help users make informed decisions. And it also helps the user to choose a database, which means it acts as a bridge between the user and application. Like if the user wants to create an application, it will help in telling the user that this database is best for your application. So this paper mainly acts as an advantage for the user. And then we have gone through some of the literature and review papers. So with the help of these review papers, we have taken some methodologies to take the content from the paper. So the methodologies are property comparison. What is property comparison? This evaluates the properties of SQL and NoSQL databases, which means like scalability and query language, data interaction, safety features using a comparison table. We have used comparison tables, and with the help of tables, we have compared several properties of these databases. And then distinct characteristics. These, and we know that each and everything has its own special characteristic. So we have highlighted the distinct characteristic of each and every databases. If an user wants to create an application with the requirement of this characteristic, then the paper will help the user to choose that database. And then use case analysis. So this paper has not only taken some of the properties and features, and it does not compare the properties with the help of table. It also taken some of the real world examples, and we have done performance analysis with the help of the review paper. Means we have taken some of the research papers. And then coming to the result of our paper. So our paper mainly takes some of the databases like MySQL, PostgreSQL, MongoDB, Cassandra, DynamoDB and HBase. So let us take an example to come to know about the use of the database. So let us take Netflix as an example. So Netflix uses various databases to analyze the database. So coming to the Netflix application, in Netflix application there is MongoDB. MongoDB helps in maintaining the user profile because of its high scalability, and then it uses Cassandra to maintain its high streaming live data, which means the user will get high quality streaming data. And it also uses HBase to store the data, and it also uses PostgreSQL for billing information, which means all billing information will be stored in the PostgreSQL. And in past days MySQL has been used, but nowadays it has been replaced by NoSQL databases. And then coming to the conclusion of our paper mainly compares the properties of SQL and NoSQL databases, while NoSQL options like offer better scalability and flexibility. And this paper also compares the SQL and NoSQL database, highlighting that SQL databases excel in structured data and NoSQL database highlights in unstructured data. And the choice is completely dependent on the user. And then coming to the future scope, what we can do to our paper is that we can construct hybrid models, which means we can combine both SQL and NoSQL database, and we can use that database so that there will be more efficiency for the application. And then additionally, investigating advancement in database technology So conducting performance evaluations and analyzing specific use cases will help refine guidelines for selecting the most suitable database solution for various projects. So this is our topic. These are our references. Thank you so much. In SQL databases, data cannot be partitioned, which means we have to store it in table format.
Nowadays, the data is real time.
Today data generation is mixture of data, which means there is unstructured data, like there is images, video, audio, all these types of data are being generated. So with the help of non-relational databases, we can store it efficiently. We can store it in RDBMS, etc., but it is not that efficient. Role of MongoDB. Coming to the Netflix application, the role of MongoDB is to real-time data access and for the help of recommendation engine, because it has low latency and high availability characteristics.
Thank you, Soundarya. Next, I would like to call Mohammad Naseem Hussain with the paper title Designing Xenonucleic Acids with Generative AI, a framework for synthetic genetics.
Good afternoon, and all. So, my topic, as we all know, all these years, nature has to the one which is creating the DNAs, and we all know that people and the human beings has been facing many challenges, like whether it is related to health or else like a technology. So, as for the technology is increasing, developed, we can use DNA XNA's backbone as a DNA's backbone as a XNA, that is xenonucleic acid. Xenonucleic acid in the sense it is a analogous which it is an analogous which is used instead of DNA. Like it helps in many sectors, like whether it's the patients, if a person he is undergoing like a cancer, so it will help to modify his DNAs and providing the properties to come over that. Then applications, it helps in like biopharma, that I said, like patients, helps in a patients to recovery by giving the properties to help them to come over that. Then biosensors, in the nature there will be many molecules. By predicting that, it will give the it will predict and it will give the solution according to that. Here we model selection. It is a generative model selection. We are using generative like GANs and VARs, like that is generative adversarial networks, which take over the new synthesis from the existing DNA, and the VAS, which provide the like a latent space it provides a latent space to compress the big amount of data into smaller and gets the similar features in methodology. When it comes to methodology, it has 4 methods like process. First one is data collection. While we are collecting the data, we have to collect the data with a good quality, so that when we are training the AI models, it will be very good, and it is very essential to collect the good quality of the data. Then data pre-positioning. Data pre-positioning means when we collect the data, there will be raw data and the errors and exceptions. So we have to clear that data. Then only we can provide the essential. It is essential. Then only we can provide a training, essential training to the AI models. Then comes model development. In model development, we are using that I said generative adversarial networks, which gives the new synthesized sequences. So that mimics the DNA properties. Then
continue. So this is a methodology. We are using models like GANs and VANs. So what it does is it's going to take. We have on one side we have human DNA, for example, and at another side we have XNS with desired properties like high stability. If you want to increase the stability of a human DNA, human DNA is not that stable. It can degrade at certain temperatures. So what it does for one neural network compares it generates new sequences related to the XNA produced. So this is about model development. So XNA generation. After we created this new analogous XNA that is similar to DNA but with extra properties, what it does is we have to test it before bringing it back to human this real life. We use some simulations to check whether it really works or not. So there are many tools, simulations where we check this newly formed XNA. So experimental validations, after it has successfully worked in these simulations, we can use some of the companies to actually generate these molecules into life. Then data analysis, we can test this highly stable, for example, highly stable XNA to transgenic animals and check the properties of this newly formed XNA. These are the references. So actually, XNA is two more minutes. What a question? Question? I can. So what XNA is? So XNA is like so nature created only two things, DNA and RNA. But XNA is like synthetic analogous of DNA and RNA. It has different sugar backbone of the DNA. We are using something known as locked nucleic acid. It's a nucleic acid but different versions. Like we have different engines. That is what XNA is. XNA is used for cancer treatment, and even in biocomputing. Biocomputing is now revolutionizing because for training AI we need lots of gallons of water. So using organoids we can create organoids like brain organoids, and we can replace silicon chips, and we can use this XNA created brain cells. That's the application. Actually, we already have that application. Then we can use it for gene editing or creating our own new organisms with desired properties. And XN has the ability, they don't interact with our biological systems because vaccines are made up of mRNAs, everything is RNA, DNA, but this is totally different, so it does not interact with human body, it does not cause any additional harms unless we change our blueprint, that is DNA. So it can be used for cancer treatment, it's already existing, but we are using this AI, generative AI, to produce this. Before, scientists use trial and error method, and we have to waste lots of resources for this, like laboratory equipments. Then we can't, like scientists, they can't really try the combinations and make this DNA stable, like with desired properties, because there are millions of combinations for DNA. Here, AI, it generates. Yes, we have genomic databases. Yes, we have XNA databases. We have DNA databases too. And it's like this. Yeah, we are using protein data bank or nucleic acid database. It's already existing.
So you are using AI tools, machine learning tools.
Yeah, like generative AI and VAs.
So you are supervisor, you are using training and testing.
This is actually a framework. We didn't do an experimental data.
We didn't do anything.
No, we are using, this is a framework. Like they already created synthetic proteins using GANs. So we are creating XNAs, which was not created before. So that's what.
Okay.
Thank you, paper presenters. Next, I would like to call Mr. Saban with the title Comprehensive Review on Effective Cyber Attacks, Detection Using Maximization, Naive-Based Classifier-Based ESNE CS Algorithm.
Good evening, one and all. My name is Saban, research scholar at Bangalore University. Under the guidance of Naveen Kumar SK. My topic is comprehensive review on effective cyber attack detection using maximized naive classification based on ESNE CS algorithm. These are the contents. We will discuss one by one. First one, introduction. ICT, information and communication technology is a crucial nowadays modern organizations enabling a faster and more cost-effective data access and transmissions. Organizations realize ICT for business management makes the vulnerable, makes cyber security attacks protect data, data integrity, availability and confidentiality. This research aims to develop IDS, means intrusion detection system with improved accuracy by enhancing feature selections and classifications method. Establishing an effective IDS face challenges due to architecture limitation protocol standards, resource constraints, and the need to detect all types of attacks. The goal is select best features dataset to improve IDS performance and detection accuracy across various attack scenarios. Next, literature review. Over 4.6 billion active users are generating more than 2 quintillion byte per data using daily data. They access the main issues, data and the security, rapidly data access, increased development and hacking tool necessity, enhance the data security measures. Here we introduce the ideas, what are the roles of ideas, is the monitoring the network traffic to identify the threats, attacks or suspicious activities, altering the administrative to potential security breaches. What are the challenges in ideas? First of all, is inefficient in handling large volume and high-speed data. Next, inability to detect certain types of attacks in fast changing environment like IoT. Next, high false alarm rate and difficulty in declaring unknown attacks. Next, machine learning. What can do the machine learning ideas? Enhancing the detections. Machine learning algorithm can improve detection rates and reduce false alarm by learning from large data sets. Next, adaptability. Adaptability means machine learning based ideas can generate well to detect new and unknown attack types. Easy of implementation. These systems are less dependent on technical expertise and can be more straightforward to design and deploy. Conclusion. Futures of ideas to address the emerging threats. Ideas must evolve and advance machine learning technique to improve detection accuracy, adaptability in rapidly changing network environment. Next, proposed methodology and feature selection. Here the study focus on the detecting various cyber attacks using advanced machine learning methods on NSL KDD dataset. First, yearly data pre-processing steps, checking for the missing values, then enhance the feature representation, thereafter the feature selection using the ESNE CS algorithm. What are the components? Here we are using the T-distributed sophisticating algorithm using population generation and dimension reductions by calculating for covariance. Next, cuckoo search optimization algorithm. Further optimizations, the selected features for better performance. What are the outcomes? The refined set of features to obtain improving model accuracy. Then classifications. Here we are using maximize name bias classifiers. Is novelties, probability, computation using expectation, maximization, returning, normalized probability for classifications. What are the comparison? The proposed classifier is compared with existing method including navy bias, logistic regression, random forest and k-means, neighboring using k-fold cross validations. Next, TNSC and hybrid feature selection approach. The purpose is serves as an alternative to traditional dimension reduction techniques. It's a comparison with the PCA algorithm. The PCA focuses on the global structure which can lead to local inconsistent in lower dimension spaces and fall to recognize higher order dependencies. TNSC, however, preserves the local structure by calculating the covariance, providing the more accurate features. Next, maximize naive Bayes classifiers. Naive Bayes models includes the latent variable using the expectation maximizing techniques. What are the key features in that? In discrimination, free labeling, and as the labels unbiased, likelihood optimizations. Next step is estimates the unknown underlying the variable based on observed data. Next, maximization step provide new parameter establishing process continue literally until coverage achieved. What are the objectives? Perform classifications of features without independent restriction addressing in bias. This next methodology, train the model handle the sensitive attribute values, balance and unbiased labels. Next, optimize model parameter using EM approach. Next, summary and recommendations. With extensive literature study, it can be observed that ideas should not only the fast, but also capable of learning with minimum data input due to the high velocity of data. Through most of the existing research focus on the classification technique, not much work has been carried out in the area of feature selections. The literature review also suggested the setback of classification technique. It is also noticed the classifier user are not customized, but hypothesis can be derived to see impact of parameter optimizations in the classification algorithm. This drawback paved the way for the current research. Last conclusion. The proposed study performing effective intrusion or cyber attack detection through NSL-KDD dataset. For the effective detection, ESNE CS algorithm is expected to perform well in the selecting the optimal features. Further, the features are expected to accurately classified by using the maximized near bias classifier algorithm. To perform the proposed research to evaluate the respect to accuracy, sensitive specified, F-score, recall and other performance metrics by comparing with the existing near bias, logistic regression, random forest, k-nearest neighbor classifiers. These are the references and thank you.
What are the main features considered for intrusion detection? We have a data set, NSL data set.
Yes.
Is there. Right? What are the main features of features from this data set are considered for identifying the intrusion detection in your algorithm?
Here I am using the two novelty words. One is TNSC algorithm and the second one is focus search for reductions. Redundancy, dimension redundancy.
No, what are the features? Say, how you identify whether there is an intrusion? There should be in a data set, you have certain parameters which you are using in your algorithm to see that whether there is an intrusion or not, right?
Yes.
So, what are the parameters that you consider for identifying the intrusion? Have you gone through that data set?
Yes. Let's go through that. If DDoS attacks, we will go through in that. Continuously network traffic generating. Then we will train the data set. We will split the data set, NSL-KDD data set. One is training data set, another one is testing data set. In that one, which one DDoS attacks, host-based attacks, if it is occur, then it will detect in the system. We will train with our system in machine learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saban, for the presentation. We have now reached the end of this session. I would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to all the presenters for their excellent contribution. Special thanks to our chairperson and co-chairperson for their leadership and to everyone involved in making this session a success. Now I request Chairperson Dr. Jeevan Pinto and co-chairperson Mr. Srinath Pai to come over the stage.
Light.
Department of Computer Science, MGM Udupi, to hand over the mementos to chairperson as well as co-person as a token of gratitude.
ये फोटो तो क्या नहीं
Thank you, sir. Now I request Ms. Pravina Kumari MK, Assistant Professor, MGMJournalism, NITE, to come over the stage, who contributed as one of the reviewer of papers presented in this conference. I request our HOD, Dr. Vishwanath Pai, to hand over the memento as a token of love and gratitude to Pravina ma'am.
तो फोटो ತೆಗೆಯಲೇ ದೂರ ಬಾ ಇನ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಅಲ್ಲೇನೆ ತೆಗಿ ಅಡ್ಡ ಬರ್ತಿದ್ದಾನ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಸೈಡ್ನಾಗ ತೆಗಿ ಅಲ್ಲೇ
Pravina madam has helped us in reviewing the papers. She has kept her promise that when leaving the institution, she said she will help in all respects in organizing the conference, and she reviewed all the whatever papers were given to her. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, Pravina madam.
Today's session is completed. Tomorrow our session begins at 9:30 in the morning. 9:30 to 11 o'clock we have paper presentations. Then 11 to then we have a tea break, and 11:15 to 12 o'clock we have a panel discussion. Wonderful panel discussion, how AI is used in the practical scenario. The panelists will be Mr. Guru Prasad Kamath, CEO of MDS, and Mr. Vignesh Kamath, Vice President of Innovation Division of MDS. Both are very knowledgeable personalities. So there will be a question and answer session also. It will not be monotonous, it will be a panel discussion, and I hope our students will get, as well as the students from different colleges and delegates will get maximum benefit out of that particular session. So have a nice day. Thank you.